And big advantage for Paul Brown in the right lane. He was 19 up front, goes 10.91. 131, takes 31 thou margin to victory over Rob Foss. Rob was late, runs dead 3. So you know what happens. If you're either red or you're late, the car is still going to do its job for you. It's just the way it goes. So Foss is out. Brown moves on to round number 3. This is round 2. Scotty Reinchild out of Brookville, Indiana in the Corvette. Right lane, Rodney Rudrick, Fredericktown, Ohio. That is a Plymouth Sundance. And a double breakout win for Reinchild. 10.89, breaks it out 1 thou, right lane about 500 for Rodney. Gary Williams coming up now in the Overkill S10. Mickey Thompson, FTI, Mosier, Nesbitt Performance. Right lane, Morgan Napier in the Thunderbird.
Attention to the pits, stock eliminator. We need car number 3281. Stock eliminator, car number 3281. We need you to the lane, please. Also, car number 1723. We're missing both of you guys. We need you to the lanes now, please. We'll also take quick round number 2. We'll take you to the lanes, please. It's G-Dub and Morgan Napier. Head on down the racetrack. G-Dub, 10 on the tree, goes 10.88. Pick up the win light as Napier's 23 on the tree and takes 27th out the finish line to lose a double breakout. So once again, Ronnie Trautman, car number 3281, and Randy Butter, 1723. We need you to the staging lanes now, please, and we will also take round number 2 a quick rod. We'll take you to the lanes now.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Kobe Watson coming up now in the Nova, taking on Frank Jenkins out of Ohio in his Pontiac Bill Jenkins racing engine. I think that's a 63 Tempest. And it's going to be your winner. Jenkins in the right lane, automatic winner. Kobe Watson kicked it red, 005 at a breakout. Right lane, 3 thou quick for Jenkins, but gets the win. And we'll move on. The next pair up, we got the IROC Camaro in both lanes here. Dennis Mead and Ron Foss. Mead in the left lane out of Newark, Ohio, and Foss out of Lucas, Ohio. A lot of Ohioans out here this weekend. Here in Hebron, Ohio. Wow, left lane was 002 for Mead, takes the win, 10.93 at 138. Takes 12 thou over Ron Foss, 10.93 on a 90, 140 miles an hour. We got the Darana Vision. We got the big screen Darana Vision. I believe we got one in the pits and one over here on the left lane. Guardrail area next to the band. The bandstand over there. Larry Payton coming up now out of Chester, PA. Square body S10, right lane Chase Mead in the Z28. Chase Mead Graphics and Pro Bearing. 1 thou separate them. It's going to be a good lap all the way to the 1320. Who's it going to be? It will be left lane. Larry Payton, 10.94, 142. 10.94 with a 0. Right lane, 10.94 with an 8. 8 thousandths margin for Payton over Mead. Steve Yanickas, Rising Sun, Ohio. Camaro. Tim Shook out of West Lafayette in the Camaro, the Watson and Ruppel performance engines. Got the big block under the hood there. .90 index, 500 Pro Tree, 20 thou. One was 00. And 00 Shook for the win. 006 goes 10.94 with the 6. Left lane 10.95, 133. Got behind, couldn't get there. for uniqueness. Shook moves on. Sean Pitts. Camaro in the left lane. We got Jim Unum in the Beretta, the KB Carbs Beretta, right side. Red light for Pitts, 001 red. Unum on the green side. Can't get hurt. It'll use it as a free time run for him. He clicks it early, slows it down. Pitts, 001, and breaks it out 2 thou. Super stock to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Super stock to the back of the lanes. Super stock. Back of the lanes, first call. Jimmy Raper out of Hudson, North Carolina, the Varner transmission, Champ Motorsports. Got a Par Racing Bullet under the scoop. Don Moyer in the right side, Pickerington, Ohio. Automotive Technicians Camaro, Gen 1. He's staged, waiting on Raper. Oh, red light for Moyer, 001. Goodness gracious. Raper's gonna get the win. 1089 breakout win for Raper. Moyer, 001 red. So we got a competition single here. Jeremy Bargo out of Barberville, Kentucky. Bargo looks like aviation services. Red light for Bargo, but that's all right. It's a single. 17 red. 738 at the 8. Quarter mile trap. 1093 at a $138. So we got a Pontiac coming up now in the left lane, taking on a Mopar. Dave Batta, Sunman, Indiana in the 77 Firebird. Mike Cotton, Cave Creek, Arizona in the Plymouth. This is stock now. We are now into stock. The JS automatic for Batta in the left lane. Dials at an 1162. You see it up on the scoreboard. Right lane Cotton. The GS automatic, 1098. A little quicker. Be a little over 1 bulb head start going to the left lane. We should have super stock heading to the back of the lanes for pairing. Green and green. 2 thou between them. Good lap going. And it's going to be right lane for the win. Mike Cotton, 11:16, 106 miles per hour. Dave Batta, 11:95 at 108. Next pair up, Bruce Boyle, Manhattan, Illinois. Straight line performance, IROC. Chris Ruzicka with the wired up Mustang right side. 9:03, 2.5 seconds head start to the summit lane. Man, what a head start. And neither were good, but one of them was better. Left lane was better and gets the win. Runs dead on 3, 114 miles per hour. Ruzicka, 9 flat breakout on a 903 dial. He missed the tree and had to push the stripe to get there. Took a little bit too much. So now we have Chris Hall, Elwood, Utah. The Maeta Motorsports Camaro, green Gen 2. Caleb McFarland out of Flemingsburg, Kentucky. That is a Pontiac Firebird and is 1015 dial, left lane 1020. So these are basically going to leave together about 500ths between them. About just a blink of a head start to the left side. Whoa, nice wheel stand for Hall. Got that Camaro jumping. Little bit of an advantage to the right lane, and it's going to be right lane for the win. McFarland, 1016 on a 15 dial. Left lane breaks it out, 6th thou. Quick Rod to the lanes, please. Quick Rod to the lanes, please. Quick Rod to the lanes, please. Quick Rod. So here we got Ron Moorhead out of Newburgh, New York. Hoosier Tire, Moorhead Honda. Don Turk out of Lebanon, Indiana. That is a Pontiac, 71 Pontiac, Blackbird Performance. Not quite a half a second head start, about 3/10 to the right lane. And I tell you what, right here, Turk in charge and gets the win. Double breakout, 1140 on a 42 dial. Takes 37 on the big end over Moorhead. Moorhead 1107, breaks it out 31 thou. Mike Fenton and Mike Welfel. Fenton in the left lane. The Challenger RT, 1022. He'll be chasing those Chevy Twice in the right lane. Mike Welfel, Goodlettsville, Tennessee, with an 1129. 2 bulbs head start right side. The CoughlinCars.com lane. Wow, big wheel stand to the right lane. Banging the 4-speed. One was 00. Fenton 001, one above one. Takes 41 thou over Welfel. Welfel dialed a 29, runs a 27 on the breakout.
Attention to the pits, quick rod racers. Steve Edward, Jared Cooper, Kenny Farrell, Bill Jackson. We need you guys to the lanes, please. Quick rod, Steve Edward, Jared Cooper, Kenny Farrell, and Bill Jackson. We need you guys to the staging lanes now, please. We're getting ready, quick rod. The first pair has got their helmets on, so we need you guys up here, please.
Thank you, Doug. Here's Steve Tucholsky in the Chevy 2 left side, 1063. He'll go first. Chasing in the right lane, Scott Klingler. Coming in from Michigan, it is Copo Camaro. Copo parks in red. Oh! Klingler with a red light. 013 red. Automatic win for Tucholsky. 1070. 116 miles per hour. 022 on the tree. Good lap. But he's got room to improve there. So we got Brett McFarland now, Manchester, Ohio. McFarland Chevrolet and Barry's Chevrolet. Gen 1 Camaro in the left lane. Right lane, the vet, Jeff McKinney. Coming in from Estero, Florida. Long haul for the Corvette, his CS automatic. Paul Boster, vet in the right lane. Dial the 1061. So we got 2/10 head start to the vet. Nobody wanting to stage yet. We're still sitting on pre-stage. They got them stalled up. So McKinney bumps in, McFarland follows. Here we go. Red light for McKinney. 014 red. McFarland, 21 green. Runs it out the back door. Dial 1041. Clicks it with a 998. Boy, oh boy, was he holding some numbers. Woo! Larry Nelson here in the Tri-5 55. 1307. Corky Welfel, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Camaro, the IHRA Camaro body style. 1121. Just shy of 2 seconds head start to the Tri-5 55. And it's going to be left lane, double breakout. Nelson was 21, breaks it out, 7th out. Corky Wellful was 038, breaks it out about 87th out. To a 68th out in the left lane. I'm sorry, I said 7th out. It was 68 thousandths. All right, Dawson Pauley now. Shelby, North Carolina, the Malibu, the Mark Lewis, Billy Wilson, House of Pain Performance. Ronnie Trotman.
Billy Jackson, quick rod. We need you to the lanes, please.
So Ronnie Trotman in the right lane coming in from Pennsylvania, the Nova, the Red Diamond Nova. 11:23, chasing Pauley by about the full side of the tree. Oh, another red light. The wagon's going to move on the Passion Pit. 061 green, gets the automatic wind light with a 1276 dial, runs at 1269. Got a free time trial out of that one. Ronnie Trotman, 005 red, and breaks it out on the big end. Race fans, IHRA.TV, welcome. We're at Darana Raceway, formerly National Trails Raceway, here in Hebron, Ohio. Had a great day yesterday. Cool weather, a little overcast right now. And Speed Sport 2, welcome. Glad to have you guys out there. Nathan Riley, LaPlace, Illinois, in the left lane. The Larry Hodge Racing Wheels and Tires Trans Am. Right lane, Randy Butter, coming in from Pennsylvania in his Service FNC Camaro. Gen 1 Camaro here. Chasing the left lane, 1173 to 1146. Wow, one was 00 on the tree. 22 thou separate them. Advantage in the right lane, and it is the right lane for the win. Butter goes 003 and 4 above with an 8, takes 1 thou margin of victory. Butter on the brakes for the win. Riley was 25 up front, goes 2 above with a 7, but still behind. Dan Suppa, Evans City, Pennsylvania, the TLC Dan's Transmissions dragster. We are going to Quick Rod now. This is Quick Rod. That was Riley and Butter was your last pair of stock. Here we go with Quick Rod. This is our 890 index. Quick Rod, 890 index, round number 2. All right, Quick Rod, 890 index, 400 pro tree, Dan Suppa and Jim Glenn. S&W Dragster in the left lane, Oakley in the right, Glenn's Transmissions, and it's going to be right lane, Jim Glenn. Wow. Jim Glenn, 10-12 at less than 100 miles an hour. Left lane, Suppa was better on the tree and breaks it out 14 thousandths, and you're at 165, and your opponent is at 99 miles an hour and not under power, is stopped on the track for Jim Glenn. But Jim with the win, he was 037, good at the 60 foot, and started slowing down at, well, he was 609 at a $127 in the 8th. So I'm gonna say he was good there. And then it went south, and he shuts it off and basically concedes the run. But Dan Suppa was not looking over his shoulder. 888 breakout gives Glenn the win. So the car is cleared on the top end, and they're telling me the track checker's down there. Just looking at things down there before we fire up the next pair. Just trying to listen in. The Jim Glenn entry. Jim Glenn Transmissions slowed it past the 8th mile. So we're just being safe, being cautious, double checking everything. All right, they're calling for a rotator just in case. They're going to put a rotator on it. We'll push these cars back. Get our tractors out. While we're doing a little track maintenance down on the top end there, check out our Darana Vision. Maybe go to Brian's Burgers and the Hot Rod Grill. Go get you some breakfast. You still need that hot cup of coffee if it was a late night for you. Is it too early for a cold adult beverage? It's 9:35. I'm down from Mardi Gras land, so 8 a.m. is about the time you're allowed to crack a beer at Mardi Gras. The pair we had to back out of the water box, Jamie Elrod from Lima, Ohio. Pontiac-powered car. It's an American Dragster, Pontiac power under the scoop. And Jason H. from Lancaster, Ohio, another American Dragster. This is Quick Rod. We're right at the beginning of Quick Rod. Only a couple of pair have gone down. 890 index, 400 pro tree. Should have super stock in the back of the lanes for pairings. Should be getting paired up back there. Super stock, I think I see a few of them already paired up, moved up. And last night, we had 2 rounds of qualifying for the Top Fuel Funny Car and Top Fuel Dragsters. And Funny Car was no doubt drama-filled. But yeah, the Funny Car, the bump spot, well, I think yesterday was a 409. So, of course, 409 or better will get you in the show. And one of the guys was on the outside looking in and ran a 409 with a 4. The bump was 409 with a 3. He missed the show by 1/1000th of a second. And for those of you out there in your motorhomes and campers and whatnot, your toters, we will have the honey wagon coming around. There's going to be 2 of them. The honey wagon is going to be out. I think there's going to be 2 honey wagon trucks to pump out your tanks and service everything that you need, cash and or credit. Zimba, we'll have 2 trucks. The honey wagons will be on site here in a little bit with 2 trucks running around, so be sure to flag them down if you need your tanks serviced. Get that taken care of. Top Fuel Harley, the #1 qualifier. Jordan Peterson with a 5:36. Harleys did not disappoint last night. 5:36 for your #1 qualifier. Funny Car, your #1 qualifier was Dell Worsham. Dell Worsham, your #1 qualifier right there. And in Top Fuel, everything was all in the 3s. The whole field is a 3-second field. With Doug Foley on top, 380 with a 5. With your #1 qualifier. So that will be later this afternoon. Looks like maybe one more pass. We'll see. For our tractors, we got the rotators out there. And race fans, you'll see the indicator, and racers, when you see those tractors start flashing their flashers up on the roof, that's your indicator that that is their last pass. They're coming home at that moment. On that lap, they'll be coming home. So once you see those flashers, then you'll know. Speed Sport 2 and IHRA.TV. Glad to have you here with us. At Darana Raceway. Cameras everywhere. We got the Darana Vision. Super bright, super clear. All right, tractors are parked. Race cars are back out. Continuing here at the beginning of our quick rod. Quarter mile, 400 Pro Tree, 890 index. Jamie Elrod, Pontiac powered American dragster. Both of these are Americans. Jason H. out of Lancaster, Ohio, in the right lane. Elrod driving the Hoosier, Sunoco, and ATM Innovations American. Big block Pontiac. Right lane, big block Chevrolet, of course. Most popular combination out there. Burnouts are complete, waiting for them to get to the tree. Five now between them, one was 00. Both of them good lights. It's a race to the 1320, and it's going to be left lane. Jamie Elrod. 9:53 to buck 19, slowing it down. Jason, 1081 at 89. Jason was slow even at the 8th. So, yeah, looks like he clicked it early. Leo Zinda III, Clinton Top, Michigan, and the American. Right lane, Pat Martin, London, Ohio. Transit Asphalt American. So we have Zinda and Martin backed out of the water. And our track crew is walking the track here. And race fans, don't forget, we do have the IHRA t-shirt booth set up back there behind the grandstand bleachers. Go get you some merch, some swag at the IHRA merchandise booth. Get them quick in your size while they still have them before they sell out. And a lot of these racers, they have their own as well. You might be able to go buy some merch and get an autograph or two as you're walking around in the pit areas. Opening ceremonies today scheduled for 1:30-ish. Everything is ish. Right now, our track crews are walking down the track in both lanes to ensure a good racing surface. Racers, it looks like the honey wagon guys and gals are here. 2 trucks. If you need your tanks pumped and everything refreshed, be sure to flag them down. We got 2 trucks out here. So flag them down and get your tanks taken care of while they're here. Cash or credit. temporarily down for a moment. Track maintenance, track grooming. Like some replay action from yesterday up on the Darana Vision screen. That's really neat to see. Love that Darana Vision. Great idea. Josh Peak out there spraying. All right, looks like we're getting our drivers suited back up here in Quick Rod.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. It's time to go drag racing, and we're going to do it right here at Darana Dragway. We're in Milan, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. I'm Ken Stout. That is Tommy Johnson Jr. sitting right alongside. We're going to bring you the fuel classes here today. This man has won in both of them, Top Fuel and Funny Car. We should have an exciting show here. Everybody dealing with just those 2 rounds of qualifying. But in Top Fuel, Scott Palmer came out here and did it again, man. Threw one down.
Yeah, Scott Palmer went out, won the race in Columbus just 2 weeks ago. Comes back out here last night, 388, right to the #1 spot. He's wanting to go back-to-back and win both of these first 2 races, and he's coming from the #1 spot. He's looking pretty good so far.
How about Mitch King? A personal best out of him. Car looked really good, and if he wins first round, he's going right to the final.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Scott's not going to have an easy road. You got Mitch King. He's got 2 cars. Scott's going to have to get by both of them if he wants to get to the final round and take the win.
So it should be fun to watch that. We'll see if he can double up here after, by the way, had been in the final here with the IHRA before, but came up a little bit short to Bruce Litton, so I'm sure he wants to redeem that one.
He'd like to get some revenge on that one. Get that Iron Man and take it home from Milan, Michigan.
Right? So let's talk about Funny Car as well, because Del Worsham was the class of the field there. He and Creasy both had good runs, but Del Worsham really came out in that second session and put one together.
Yeah, the Funny Car struggled a little bit in qualifying on the top end of the racetrack. You can get him off start line, get him going, and Del was on a really good run last night and blew the tires off way down track. He's going to have to slow the clutch down on the top end of the racetrack to get it to the finish line under power, but the other guys are going to do the same. They're going to make the same changes and try to keep Dell. He got runner-up in Columbus 2 weeks ago. He wanted that win. He's looking for it today.
Second event of the season for the Fuel cars. Let's go racing. First pair here, Todd Barker and Del Worsham. Del Worsham qualifying number 1. Put a 422 on the board, 235. And on the other side, Todd Barker. And you talked about Todd Barker out here with a different car.
Yeah, he had some struggles throughout qualifying, but it's a different chassis. In Columbus a couple weeks ago, chutes didn't come out. Todd went off the end of the track into the sand trap, and it bent the chassis. They repaired the front nose of the body, but had to switch to a different chassis and was able to find one very similar to what he had already, but just haven't quite got the tune-up figured out yet on this car and struggled throughout qualifying. And Del Worsham was made on some really good runs and came loose at the top end, so we'll see today if Del has figured out how much clutch to give it on the other end.
Del Worsham, one of the few people on the planet with championships at both Top Fuel and Funny Car, a 3-time champion, and of course a former IHRA champion to go along with that. Del Worsham just dead late right there and is going to get lucky here. Well, red, yeah, white red, sorry. Thought he was dead. Well, he was late, but he wasn't near as late as Todd was early.
Yeah, Todd Barker knew he had to do something. He was up against Del Worsham and had a huge performance advantage and took a shot. Just got in there, staged, and left. Almost left before the tree even that was activated.
Out there right now, putting some heat in the track.
Del Worsham, 409,
compound, let it help.
307 miles per hour. I told you you're going to get the clutch figured out on the other end of the racetrack. Look at that thing, making a nice pass down through there, all the way through the finish line.
Congratulations, you will advance. And just a moment ago on the broadcast, Tommy said he's figuring it out. The other boys are in trouble. Do you feel that confident?
It was a good run. You know, the first couple runs, I felt a little bit bad not getting down the track on Friday night for all the fans right here. But that run there, we had 24 hours to think about it and got it all put together. And yeah, it was a great run. He kind of startled me when he went red, and I thought, man, I hope I'm not that late. I'm old, but I hope I'm not slow too. And either way, it's a great run. I appreciate everybody being out here. All the fans came back today. It's really nice to see a lot of people out here. And look forward to trying to get to the final here. Thank you.
Phenomenal run.
Bring up our next pair. We'll feature Dan Hicks and Dale Creasy. Dale Creasy Jr., of course, also a champion here with the IHRA, 2-time champ. 2006, 2007 was leading the points. 2008, unfortunately, had an accident with the drive line that caused severe injuries. Was not able to finish that season, but came back a year later and has been driving ever since.
Yeah, Dan Hicks, they've been working on this car, updating it, putting all the new parts on it. Runs this car as a fuel altered as well. Threw the funny car body on, come up here, and Dan, the fabricator at Taskus shop, so plenty familiar with funny cars. He builds them, so he ought to know what they are.
Creasy qualifying in the 2-hole. Put a 433 on the board. Dan Hicks not able to get to the other end under power. See if they can put one together here in round 1.
It'd be interesting. Dan said he was planning shutoffs in qualifying, but he didn't make the second run, so we'll see if he wants to take it all the way this time.
And you never know what's going to happen here. Creasy hits the tires, and how about that? Dan Hicks goes to the other end, 434 with an 8. Nicely done here for that team.
Yeah, you can see how happy they are. You know, that's the first full hit on that thing since all the updates they've made to it, and good job to them. And Creasy's car just blew him off the step of the throttle. I mean, we said earlier, they don't run them on paper. You got to come out here on the racetrack. Anything can happen. We saw it right there. Creasy was definitely the favorite car coming into that round, but got to get to the other end first, and Dan Hicks did it.
And as I recall, Creasy also hit the tires the second session of qualifying.
Yeah, they might have an issue that when you go back and figure out what's wrong before the next event, because that car, it hasn't been very consistent. It's been consistent, but it's been consistent the wrong way. Right there, it did exactly the same thing in qualifying. Tried to pedal it and catch it, but there's no way.
Number 3 and number 4 qualifiers. Jody Austin will be in the near lane. Jack White in the far lane. Love the cackle of this stuff. Sights, sounds, smells. Jody Austin out of Aubrey, Texas, the Bushwhacker Racing Team. 2020, 2023, 24 Outlaw Fuel Ultra Champ. Some great battles going on there. Very seasoned racer. And, of course, he'll line up alongside Jack Wyatt. Behind the wheel of the White Devil. Named many, many, many years ago, back when he was racing alcohol.
I saw a picture of Jack in his Pinto funny car White Devil here a long, long time ago.
Wyatt hit the tire right off the back, gets back in the throttle, looks to drive back around him, and is going to get it done.
Yeah, about that.
It wasn't pretty, but it counts.
Yeah, Jack's car blowing the tires off right at the step. He'd given up. And he looked over and saw Jody having trouble in the other lane and said, "Oh, wait a minute, I can get there." You got to be careful doing that. These cars have to be pointed straight when you get back in the throttle. We talked about it before, how hard it is to just barely squeeze the throttle on these funny cars. You got to get those throttle blades open, so you got to smack it, kind of squeeze on it then and get it going. And Jack did a nice job. Something must have happened to Jody's car because he just never got back in the throttle. Jack's car blowed it off right at the hip. Something falling off the car. Oh, Jody's car made a move to the left. Pipes went wet. Jack right on down through there. I tell you what, you got to be going like, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Blew out of the car there
for something fall
Jack.
off. Yeah. He only gave it one little snap there, and that was it. That was good enough to get around him.
Okay, we have plenty more great racing action coming your way. Stay with us. We'll be right back here at Darana Dragway. Welcome back to Milan, Michigan. We're here at Darana Dragway with the IHRA. Let's go racing. Scott Palmer back in his top fuel car up after qualifying number one with a 388, went 293.
Palmer's not scared. Number one qualifier gets the choice. When do you want to go out on race day? You want to be first, second, third, fourth? Palmer says, get out of the way. I got this. Let me show you how it's done. I want to be first. Plus, it gives these guys more time to work on the car between rounds.
Yeah, they put a new blower on that, as we talked about before, because he has a bye run here. And he thought, you know what, let's put the new blower on it. Let's see where we're at and get ready for round number two. Oh, man. Car looked good there pretty early on. 0.866 at 60-foot time.
Yeah, left pretty good, and then I think it came loose out there just from the sound of the engine. It sounded like it revved up a little bit, so I'm going to say it spun the tires, and Scott did a really good job of catching it because you didn't even see the tire smoke if it did. So just by the sound of it, it sounded like it come loose. Track's all clean, and here we go.
Mitch King fires his up. He'll line up alongside Kyle Sattenstein. Mitch King qualifying number two with 403 at 283.
Yeah, Kyle had issues on one of the runs, had a leak, had to shut the car off on the first attempt, and only got that one run on the, what night was it? Friday night, I guess it was. Yeah, I went so many days here, but Friday night they only got the one qualifying run, and able to just get down there and get a little bit of experience. You know, he has to be a little nervous come race day out here. That his first round of competition, and Heart's probably pumping pretty good right now.
Muse sponsorship on the side of Kyle's car. LA King Confectionery on the side of Mitch King's car. La Kings. Ah, that smells wonderful. Top bulbs on. Top fuel, round one. Here we go. Boy, yanked the front end up there for Kyle, and unfortunately laid over just after that. The win will go to Mitch King, who goes 5'11", 147. Unfortunately, did not make it to the stripe under power.
Kyle, in his first round of competition in Top Fuel, almost pulled off a nice big upset right there. Got the huge starting line advantage, 0.58 to Mitch, a little tardy, 135 off the starting line. Kyle was quicker at 60 foot. Kyle was quicker at 330. Then something happened to the car, it shut off early, and Mitch was able to drive around barely because something happened to his car towards the finish line. So, not the prettiest race, but man, Kyle was so close to pulling off the upset.
Let's go to KB up top.
Mitch King telling me just now he thought he had the sensation that he might have thrown the belt, but he said to me, you know what, I advanced, and that's all that matters.
That's right. That's right. We can fix it up for the next round. Got a little hot in there, had some sweat running down in my eyes. I don't know. I think I was late. I seen him out there for a little bit, and then he disappeared. So all we need is a wind light.
You had told me, I believe it was yesterday, that you've got 2 cars in the field and you're thinking of bringing a third here this season.
Yeah, possibly so. The car that Spencer and Dale Cox drove to the championships, I still have it with a new front half. And so I got a couple other boys that want to drive. We might put a third one together and help the field out.
Well, we'd love to see it. And thank you so much, Mitch. Congratulations, and we'll see you next round.
Chuck Lofton also with a personal best out here and qualifying. Qualified in the number 3 slot, went 4:45 at 212 miles per hour. Personal best at both ends of the track. Donnie Bender helping him out as well. Big John Atmiller, Jimmy Bernard. And of course Lex June, as we talked about, on the other side.
Yeah, Chuck had a problem on his second qualifying run. Couldn't get the car to back up, so they had to shut him off. So he's only had one attempt at this track this weekend, but the good news is they have 2 Top Fuel cars and can share data.
Lex June, born in the Netherlands, capital city of Amsterdam. Gerda, his wife, we talked about being crew chief, has worked with Lance Larson, Rob Glenn, a couple of really good people along the way. Also Hall of Famer inductee Lee Beard. So some pretty big names here in the industry that she's had the luxury or the pleasure or the honor of working with. See if they've got that car in the window to go to the other end. Checks over with the competitor. Looks like both are good to go. Chuck Lofton on the other side, getting after it right at the starting line, but it's going to be Lex June that drives around him with that last stab of the throttle at the end. 468 is going to get the win by 0.06 of a second. An 0.66 light for Lex June, and he was chasing Chuck Lofton, who put an 0.44 on the board.
Boy, those 2 cars left the start line. I thought that's what we've been wanting right here. 2 side by side, nice straight right down the racetrack, and then all of a sudden they come loose and start having problems. But Gerda, she's going to. Oh, she owes her driver one on that one. He won that race. Out there pedaling it. Do whatever he had to do to get to the finish line. You can see him go out there, spin the tires, pedals it. Chuck doing the same thing. He's pedaling it. Man, you hate doing that because it's hard on parts, but whatever it takes to get to the finish line first.
We saw Lex June and Scott Palmer line up side by side in qualifying, and a little bit of shenanigans going on there. It created some tension, and they will square off in the semifinals. Should be fun to watch.
Yeah, I want to know who starts their car first. That's all I want to know.
And I have Lex June with me now, who will advance to the semifinals. Lex, you told me you blew the airline.
Yeah, we stopped the car here, and then I hear a big bang, and air starts getting out of there somewhere, so we need to check that. But luckily it happened here and not on the track.
You were able to keep this car straight, but you did have to pedal it quite a bit there.
Well, it was not really straight, I believe. It was I felt it like I was driving a rally car. It was going sideways, but you know what? We never kept my foot in. I need to win this round. I need to win this race. Next one on my list is Scott Palmer. I want to win this, so he's the next one.
You just told me off camera that you have some unfinished business there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, you know, Scott is a good guy, but, you know, he messed up basically my second qualifier, which I understand because it was not intentional, so that's all good. But it's kept me really motivated to beat him because of that I need to win every round. I don't have any buys, so it's tough, but, you know, tough doesn't scare me. We will get it done.
So tell me, when it comes to that semifinal, who's going to start their car first?
Semifinal? I know Scott will start first. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
That answers that, though.
Nice job, Kristen. She's not afraid. Good job. Yeah, we look forward to that in the semifinal.
Have we created a rivalry here all of a sudden?
I think Scott created it. We're just fanning the flames a little bit.
Well, what I was told, Scott was going to end it. That's good. They talked it out. They knew that there was some miscommunication there. So all good, but you don't want to see it happen again. So it'll be interesting. Second round's going to be interesting. I like it.
We've got a lot of racing still to go. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at Darana Dragway. Let's go. To the other end he goes, 422, 309 mile per hour. So that is top speed for the event, 309.92.
Yeah, 422. Dale did the smart thing, just back the tune off a little bit. The racetrack is way hotter than what they saw out here earlier. Just get it down there, get some numbers, get some data. A little slow early. I mean, the 60 foot was a little slow, but ran really good out the back.
He's going to make him work for it. He's going to put a race car over there beside him. We'll see if he gets lane choice. I think he kept them all lit.
Yeah, right straight down the middle. Car looks safe, just the easy run.
That'll bring up Jack White and Dan Hicks. If Hicks can make it to the final round, it will be the 99th different driver to race final and funny car.
I'm looking at the numbers on Dell's run, and there's something off about it. They said he red lighted. I watched him leave the start line. He did not red light. So I'm thinking it might have pulled out of the beams. That's why the 60 foot is so slow. That's why the ET's off. 309. That car ran way quicker than that.
Interesting call. The seasoned eyes of Tommy Johnson Jr.
Yeah, the back end numbers, they don't add up with the front numbers. Yeah,
okay.
It just doesn't make sense.
Gotcha.
So there's something off. It either rolled out of the beams, something got caught in the beams. It shows he red lighted, but visibly watching it, he did not red light.
Jack White in the near lane. Dan Hicks in the far lane.
I love the look of Dan's car. That's just a really good looking funny car.
First race We'll see if he has the magic to get to the final round. Dan Hicks with a nice lap in the previous round. With 4:34, does have lane choice.
And he's going to the final round.
How about that? Congratulations, our 99th different driver and funny car to make it to a final round. 441, 289 miles per hour, 080 light. Just a nice job all the way through.
You know, you would never know that that was the second full pass on that car. I mean, it looked nice and straight right down through there. Sounds great. Doing a great job. He's got great help over there, and you can tell that there's people on that team that know what's going on. Jack's car, he struggled with that all weekend. Just could not get the car hooked up off the starting line and blew the tires off once again. But Dan Hicks, look at that thing. Just straight. Hey, I'm just going to go on out here.
It never bobbled.
Nah, take it to the final round.
Dale Worsham advancing to the final via a bye, but on a 128-degree track. What kind of data did you collect?
We definitely from the first run was 115 to almost 130. We a couple adjustments. It was definitely an advantage to get a bye right then because we could push it a little bit and see what was out there. But based off what we're doing at Columbus and then here, car ran great. You know, for all our sponsors, Toyota CP, Mobile One, everybody out here. I'm just got back to the final. I really just want to finish what I started in Columbus and end up with a win here. So we're going to do our best.
Top speed of the weekend as well. Congratulations. We'll see you in the final, in a heated final. Dan, a little confusion down here on top end in regard to speeds and finishes, but you did get it done. You will advance to the finals and only the second time out in this car. What are the emotions?
Second full pass on this car. First event we've attended this. This is it. This is the first outing. We're going to the finals against Dale Worsham, legendary guy. I watched him my whole life, you know, most of it anyway. He's not that old. But respectfully waited for Jack in the pits, you know, give him some time to get their car fixed. You can always be that other guy. Maybe that's me someday. So we waited. We want to race somebody. And, man, Dom Lagana's turning the screws. Hey, right here. We're making the right decisions, and so far I haven't screwed it up. So my boys, Donovan and Blaine, my wife Karen, my brother Steve, we're getting it done. I mean, we're getting it done. We're kind of still putting the pieces together, you know, like tools and, you know, stuff. We're just not quite 100% there, but we're making the most of it. We're not totally new to this. You know, we've ran some good fuel altered races in the past, so we're not totally green, but this is the first time in a big show funny car, and we're in it to win it, fellas.
Dan, congratulations.
Whoa, yeah!
And guys, this is a car he painted himself. This is his baby.
We're going to take a quick break here. We've got a lot of drag racing yet to cover, so stay with us. It's the second stop of the 2025 IHRA Tour, and it brings us to Darana Dragway. Let's go racing. And welcome back once again as we are getting ready to run Top Fuel. It will be the semifinals. Mitch King will have a bye run into the final. Scott Palmer and Lex June will square off. We talked about these two in qualifying, had a bit of a moment. It was, by the way, welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Kent Sapp, Tommy Johnson Jr., Kristen Beat, Kayla Zdell also helping us out. Kristen Banks could not make the rain-out day here. Top Fuel coming up next, as we just documented. We're going to see who starts up first, because when it came to qualifying, the way we understood it was Scott Palmer had told one of either Lex or one of the crew members, hold on just a second. They had something that they needed to do. They thought it would take a little bit longer, but clearly that message was not relayed. Yeah. They fired up anyway, so Mitch King is going to come up here first, we hear. At any rate, Scott Palmer had some things to take care of, and even he was antsy wanting to get up to the starting line, but it took him a little bit to do so, and Lex was sitting over there idling. Yeah,
they tried to communicate to Gerda that they needed to reset everything before they started the car, and she didn't get it or somebody didn't tell them, and they went ahead and fired. And there was a pretty good difference in time when Lex had started his car.
You were talking about it right off the bat.
It was getting long. It was getting really long. And then Scott's guys didn't really realize how long it was taking. And like I talked to Scott earlier, and he says, you know, a couple of his guys couldn't make this race. There's regular guys, and so he had some guys come and helping. He goes, you take one of your guys that is always there and knows the routine and knows your program. You take that out of the picture, and it just throws everything off, you know. And it's one guy can screw up your whole routine, and it's kind of what happened. They got out of routine and hung Lex out a little bit there on the starting line a long time, but. And even they had some words and talked about it, and Lex said, you know, they had a problem. Okay, we get it. So he explained it, but I don't think he forgot it. And we're going to see. He did state that Scott will start before he starts this time. So
yeah, we're going to see if that actually happens. And they are going to be the first pairs, so it will not be Mitch King. So it'll be Scott Palmer and Lex June. And Lex talked about it. You know, being #1 qualifier here was important because you had that first round bye run.
Yeah. Hey, Scott did fire first.
He's like, okay, I'll give you this one.
Well, I think he said, okay, I don't care. I'll start first. I'll start last.
They put that new blower on. Scott did not make it to the other end in his bye run. We'll find out how he does here. It's going to matter. I was going to go the other way.
Now Lex is having trouble. Go, Lex. You can see Lex telling him, we got to go. We got to go. So you know it's not intentional. This is never an issue.
But that's fate at work right there.
Yeah. Nice flex.
Short burnout.
Yeah, short the burnout up. He knows he's behind the schedule here a little bit. Get back to the starting line so they can get ready to go.
The People's Champ lined up in the left lane.
What I saw first round was a lot of drop cylinders. The hotter conditions today and just not having the fuel system quite right. And these guys dropping cylinders, knocking blower belts off the thing. So we'll see if they made the appropriate changes and keep it running on all 8 cylinders this time.
The Flying Dutchman, Lex June, in the far lane, has not made it to an IHRA final. Would be a big moment for him if he can do so. Of course, Scott Palmer, our last event winner, was in a final prior to that as well. I believe it was right here at Milan, if I'm not mistaken, where he came up short to Bruce Litton. Problems for Scott Palmer. Lex June will go to his first ever IHRA final. Crew extremely happy, and rightfully so. 478, 171, 089 light for the Flying Dutchman. So not across the stripe, under power, but he's going to go to the final round against Mitch King.
Yeah, the car left okay, got out there, and you could see it start spinning the tires and putting cylinders out on the top end, but Lex, he wants that win so bad. He just left it throttle down and get it to the finish line. He had no idea where Scott was at. Something must have broke on Scott's car. The fuel out of the cylinder. Right there, you see Lex's car haze the tires. Get it to the finish line.
Quick pedal job.
Watch it a little bit. I don't think he lifted. He
knocked some holes out.
Yeah, put a bunch of holes out and went to the finish line. So yeah, the Scott's car, you can see the raw fuel coming out of the pipe. So obviously something broke and shut the engine right off.
Lex June will now make his first ever IHRA final in the Top Fuel Dragster class. Lex, congratulations. Just a moment ago, I saw you sort of checking the car out. What were you looking for? Did you feel something on that run that didn't feel right, or just checking things over?
Yeah, the run went better, but we smoked the tires. I had to pedal it, and then we dropped a couple of cylinders. So I just wanted to see if we see any damage from the outside.
Lex, moving into this event, you brought on 2 new crew members, former members for John Force. It was a big investment not only into your program, but on bettering the team. How's that paid off for you?
Awesome. You see it? We are back in time. We made the turnaround. Car runs perfect. I'm over the moon. This is what it is. And thank you, IHRA, to make it possible to do the investment for me to get those crew on board, because it will win us races. At least it will win us rounds for now.
You said you had unfinished business. You took care of business. How good does it feel?
Yeah, great. Listen, Scott is a great guy. We love each other. We really do. But you know what? When we're on the track and the light turns green, it's either of us, and we both want to win. So I'm happy we could do this. We will climb in the championship. You know, at the end of the day, you want to win because that's why you're racing. So cool, but he's the coolest dude out here.
Lex, thank you so much. And guys, don't forget Lex June and his team partnering with Save22.vet. If you're a veteran at home and you're struggling, make sure you visit Save22.vet. And they bring former veterans out to the track. They can enjoy racing through diversion therapy. It's a really incredible program. Scott, trouble off the start for you.
Yeah, pretty much it sounds like, and I thought it kind of threw the belt off at the hit. But I think what happened when I stepped on the gas, we got all these safety devices on here, and when I stepped on the gas, it either had pan pressure or something that shut that thing off immediately. So, you know, that's something we need because we're running for 50 grand, and you have something go wrong that has pan pressure, and you oil the track down and make a mistake and cost yourself $100,000 trying to win 50. So all those safety devices save us drivers from ourselves, you know. So, and I'll tell you one thing, Darrell's putting on such a great series here that I can't thank him enough. And I want every single one of these racers to win one of these races, so it's not my turn this week.
Scott, thank you so much. He will be headed to Sturgis in a couple days from now to enjoy Bike Week, but for now, headed back to look at the data and analytics and hopefully get that car turned around by the next race.
Boy, the idle was really low on Mitch's car. I was listening to it come into the tower here and like, woo, you might want to get the idle up on that thing. They're going reverse, no problem now. Like
good point there. He will make his way to his 36th national event in Top Fuel. He's at his 36th national event in Top Fuel. And will advance to his second final here. Race 12 of them in funny car. Was at 7 events where he ran in Top Fuel and funny car at the same event. Just doesn't sound happy.
No, they didn't raise it, did he?
Kid did not knock the tire off.
I'm not too sure that wasn't just a plan to hit the throttle and shut it off. It'd be interesting to see. Might have Chris to ask him, was that in the plan or did something break? Belt come off? Now, you didn't see any fuel out of the pipe, so I don't think the belt come off of it. So it just looked like he shut it off, and maybe he thought it was idling too low and shut it off. I don't know. It didn't appear to break anything.
Let's go to the top end with Kristen and see if she can get an answer from Mitch if that was planned.
Yeah, I was just talking to Mitch, and he told me that session was planned. They were trying to get a gauge for that lane, knowing that moving into the final, they might be in that position. What did you learn?
Well, we learned a couple things, but I can't say because our competitors might be listening. But we think we got something for them in the final, and we're going to go for the throat.
In a session like this, how valuable is that added track time in a bye?
Well, that was important for us to get a good test on that lane and make sure it didn't smoke the tires at the hit with this temperature, because the next round is going to probably come up pretty quick. And we know we got a couple of good laps in the left lane, so we need to check that right lane out, and either one they're going to put us in, we'll be happy with it.
Mitch, we'll see you in the final time to turn it around.
Stick with us here. We've got a lot of racing yet to cover, and you don't want to miss any of it. We'll be right back to Darana Dragway with the IHRA. Welcome back to Darana Dragway with the IHRA.
We are in the pits here with Beyond the Track with Kayla Zadell, and I am sitting here with Del Worsham, who is the #1 qualifier right now in Nitro Funny Car. And Del, I was just saying, you made it look like just riding a bicycle out there.
Yeah, I guess it kind of looks like that, but I did this for a lot of years, and I haven't really, I've dabbled a little bit the last 8 years, but I really haven't competed much. A couple of races here and there, and I was a little nervous getting back into it at Columbus. You know, I thought, man, it might take a couple runs to kind of get my feet beneath me, but it feels like it's coming back. And I felt pretty comfortable yesterday in the car.
So tell everybody what you have been doing the last couple of years.
Oh my goodness, probably since about September 2018, I've mostly just been like tuning and crew chiefing and working with other teams like the Coletta teams or my own team, racing with Alexis DeJoria, for 5 years. That was fun. And then raced with Sean Langdon for a few years, and then this whole thing just kind of, I was just going to kind of step back this year and catch my breath and spend some time with my family, which I did. And then this whole thing came along, and after I saw what Daryl and IHRA, what they were putting together here, I thought, man, I could maybe go for this and support it and see what I can do to help this go.
And you are a former IHRA funny car champion, correct?
Sure. Yep. 1992 funny car champion. And actually the last IHRA race I won the 1995 World Nationals in Norwalk in Top Fuel and beat Doug Herbert in the final. And that was pretty exciting. So I definitely have some experience in IHRA.
Yeah, and you have a lot of experience, Del. I think you're being a little humble here.
Yeah, I've been doing this most of my life, so pretty lucky.
And a big part of your support system, I want to say, is your wife, Connie, because it is DC Motorsports. Tell us about her.
Yeah, Connie, she's, we've been married most of my life, probably like 26 years. She's a huge supporter of this, and I wasn't sure how this whole IHRA thing was going to kind of go with her, and coming out late at night and she adapted well. She liked it. She came to Columbus. She said, "Hey, I enjoyed myself. I'm going to come to Milan with you." So it's fun. It's nice to have her out here and have her involved and support it still. After being with me for 26 years, and she'll still come, to Milan, Michigan, or Columbus, Ohio, and support me. It's pretty nice of her. And my daughters are at home. They're both in school and working, and they want to be here, and they follow me nonstop. So the first race they can get to, they will. My mother, my sister, and my dad. All my sisters and my dad, they're following us also, and they want to know what time I'm running. And my sisters right away texted me and they said, "Hey, we're coming to a race. Give us your schedule." So I would suspect the next couple races you'll see my entire family out here.
And drag racing really is just one big family, so it's great to have that support system. And good luck today, and thanks for sitting down with me.
Okay, thank you guys very much.
Again, this is Beyond the Track with Kayla Zadell.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, there's no mistake about it. Dan Hicks is going to need Dale Worsham to have trouble. Dale's car has outperformed Dan by quite a big margin all day. So Dan needs Dale to have an issue with smoke tires, have a drop a cylinder or something. So to have any realistic shot at this.
And we've seen it happen all day.
It's happened all day, and anything can happen. But Dan's car's run really well. I mean, like you said, a brand new car, everything new. It's going down the racetrack. That's what's getting him wins. That's what he's got to do this time. He has to go down the racetrack one more time.
Yeah, just keep him honest, and it is what it is.
Yep.
434 in round one, 441 in round two. I mean, he's going to the stripe, and if he can get to the stripe again under power, it's going to force Dell to put together a decent one.
Yeah, what he wants to do is he don't want to be the guy that smokes the tires or has a problem. You've got to go down the racetrack if you have any shot at beating Dale Worsham this time, and Dale has to have a problem.
Dell's car set, ready to go. Dan Hicks in the near lane, Dell in the far lane. Top bulbs on, let's go. 50 grand on the line. Funny car. It took a long time, and they go side by side. Excellent job there and a great race. Nice job for Dan Hicks. It's not going to be enough this time. Dell will get the win here. An 076 light goes 408 at 315 miles per hour.
It was a little wait, but man, it was worth it. Good, solid race. Both cars, a little slow. I think Dell stuck her in there a little bit, probably, and a little soft just to make sure it went down the racetrack. But boy, what a great race. 408, 315. So we talked all weekend, you need to get the top end of the track figured out to quit smoking the tires on the top end. He did. 315 in the final.
Yeah, and let's give Dan Hicks some love here, too. An 086 light, doing a good job driving. 932 at the 60-foot mark, 908 for Dell. So, I mean, the car was there. If Dell, we said it, if Dell stumbled at all there, Dan Hicks was there for the taking.
Dan did exactly what they needed to do. They had to go down the racetrack and hope Dell had a problem, and Dell didn't have a problem. Dell laid one down, 408, low ET of the event, top speed of the event, and a win.
Del Worsham, you are the Nitro Funny Car winner. It took a little longer than we expected, but here you are from runner-up last event to winner this week. How does it feel?
Hey, it feels amazing. I was kind of bummed we didn't lose the last event. You know, we didn't win the last event, but it was a good race, and we had a great opponent. But this time, came here with just one thing in mind. Anything less than just a win was not going to be enough. Got to thank my sponsors first: Toyota, CP Carrillo, all them. And I want to thank Daryl, Larry Morgan, Doug Fox, everybody, Fox Sports, everybody out there who just gave us. I'm really proud to take this trophy and win this race. Let me see this baby.
Yeah, look at it.
Haven't won one of these in 30 years. September 1995 is my last IHRA win, so this is really special and really cool. Thank you, guys. My wife's here. She suffered it out through the heat and the long days, and the crew did a great job, and they really wanted to win, and there it was. So what a good job everybody did. I appreciate it. These guys did an awesome job. When they showed up and I saw that pretty car, and they're like, hey, ask guys to build your headers. Thank you.
Nice job, Del. Thank you.
Guys.
Good job. Congrats to Del on that third win in Funny Car. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at Darana Dragway. Lex June fired up. Mitch King on the other side in the near lane. Whoever wins it will be a different winner in this category. 80th different winner in Top Fuel for the IHRA.
Lex had issues last time, came loose, dropping cylinders. Mitch King shut it off. Everything looked perfect, so we'll see who made the right decision.
Two great races. Lex popped his at the very end, but it won't matter because he's going to get the win. He'll have plenty of time to fix it up. The crowd goes crazy at the starting line. Nice job for Lex June. 0.52 light, doing his job as a driver at the starting line. And at the stripe goes 396, 289 miles per hour.
Yeah, Lex's car was on a really nice run going down through there, and looked like it banged the blower right before the finish line and hung on just long enough to get the win. But really good job for that team. They struggled. We were waiting on them to get up here, and the wait was worth it. Lex's first win in the U.S.
Wow, excellent job. Career best for him over here as well in the IHRA. And the crowd ecstatic. So, yeah, it took a while, but all four cars down the track put on a nice show.
He's going to need that 50 grand. He's not going to buy some parts right now. It's hurt.
Yeah, they used it up.
Look at this. Yes, congratulations, Lex June. You banged the blower here, but nonetheless, you guys got the win.
Whatever it takes, you know, and this is the good Lord who helped us out in this. It's unbelievable. Thank you, IHRA. Put this all in place. Thank you. And we will be back for more. Never quit.
And you guys didn't quit. You took some time in the pits to get everything together.
Yeah, we had some issues. But my crew, it's unbelievable. You see what the crew is doing? They get us the win. Save 22, veterans, you know, this is the deal. We need to help them. We need to save our veterans.
All right, I'm going to let you take your helmet off so I can ask you one more question. Here we go. Look at this beautiful trophy, guys, this Iron Man, as Lex is taking his helmet off here. And like I said, he banged the blower a bit, so what that means is he knocked it off and had a little bit of a fire up here. But nonetheless, he got the win and lived up to that motto, that never quit motto. These guys worked all the way up until the staging lanes. And Lex, what do you want to say now?
Well, I want to thank everybody who helped me out with this. Our sponsors, IHRA. I cannot mention that. It's unbelievable what they did. And thank you, Scott Palmer, because he was in help in this, no matter what, to put this all together. But I don't know, my wife,
yes,
ain't she bitching? It's like she did it. Yeah. And sure, I helped her with the driving aspect, but we did it together. So. Thank you to all my crew. Tim, you're an amazing guy. The rest of my crew, you know, it's those guys put it together. But I can tell you one thing. We had a couple of times this day that I really had the feeling that the good Lord was with me, because he pointed me every time in the right direction. And at a certain point there was a big, like, I don't know what it was, an animal that landed on my hand, and he looked at me and he flew off again. And you know what? Then I knew we would win this race. And I'm not going to church every week, and I'm not really like, I'm moving around like I'm an idiot, but I believe there is something up there. If we can help our veterans with that same token, that would be awesome.
All right, guys. Well, Lex believes that he had a little divine intervention, and here's your Iron Man again.
Awesome. Thank you.
Guys.
Nothing sweeter than that first one. As anticipated, we had some great racing here today. Hope you enjoyed all the action. For Kristen Beat and Kristen Banks and my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr., I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you next time with the IHRA. It's time to go drag racing. We're having a great time here at Darana Dragway in Milan, Michigan. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Ken Stout, Tommy Johnson Jr. sitting right alongside. Can't wait to get this one started. We're going to feature the alcohol classes here today. Of course, alcohol funny car and top alcohol dragster. Both classes have provided us with some really exciting runs. And as we focus in on the funny car category, Phil Les came up just a little bit short at Columbus, but he'll have a shot at it here.
Yeah, he won the Ironman. He got runner-up in Columbus. Coming here, car's running really well in qualifying. Number one qualifier. He wants that Ironman. I raced alcohol funny car at this racetrack in 1986. Seems like forever ago. So I'm looking forward to a great class of alcohol cars today.
You made it to the semifinals, right?
Yeah, Fred Mandolini got beat by Fred Mandolini, and unfortunately we lost Fred this week to death, and we're just letting his family know we're thinking about him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll miss him. What a great drag racer. Let's talk about top alcohol dragster. We'll have a chance to make some history here. Once again, the Myers sisters are in the house. We'll see if they square up and match somewhere along the way. With that said, we had a great battle for that number one qualifying spot.
Yeah, they're not the only two here. Will Smith comes out and goes to number one spot, only to have Rachel come out and knock him back to number two, which is okay because her sister Megan is number three. So that means they can't meet till the final.
So, yeah, great stuff. So Will Smith came out, threw down that first pass, a 23 with a 4. I believe that was 1,000th off the ET record at the time. Then, as you mentioned, Rachel comes out, and she puts a 23 with a 0 on the board and goes underneath the record. So it was tit for tat right off the bat, man. They're ready to go.
Absolutely. And she come back and back that up with a 25. So her car is going to be tough today.
Yeah, that was in both lanes, right? Yeah, great point. So, yeah, some alcohol racing coming your way. Sit back. Let's go. Jeff Chatterson's going to pull up here as we bring out the top alcohol dragster category to kick things off. He'll line up alongside Rich McPhillips Jr. And, of course, 2 weeks ago it was Mike Coughlin inside of the McPhillips car. Junior knocking the dust off here.
Yeah, I went over and talked to him earlier this morning. I said, how long has it been since you been in the car? He says, I actually did a match race earlier this year, so it hasn't been that long. But he said in 2021, he won a bunch of races. He drove a bunch in 2021. He goes, sporadically since then, but when you got it, you got it. He seems to have it. Number 4 and 5 qualifier, you're going to go first. Number 1 qualifier gets to pick which pair they go, so on down the list. Number 4 and 5, you get told what pair you're going to be.
Jeff Chatterson, family effort here. Ryan and Janet also helping out here on that car. Engine builder in-house. Chatterson machine and tool. Top bulbs on. Here we go. First pair, round of eliminations. Both cars rattle in the tire early on, but they drive down through there, and they get it done. 5:33 with an 8 will be the better of the two for Rich McPhillips to take the win here to a 5:46. How about an 0:29 light for Rich McPhillips getting it done with that said Chatterson not far behind with an 0:41.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 4 and 5 qualifiers coming out here and showing the rest of the field how it's going to be done today. Great lights and a side-by-side, 5:33 to a 5:46. Nice side-by-side pass for the first pair out. Shows you, you saw tire shake for Chatterson there in the left hand, or no, it's McPhillips in the left-hand lane. So even though the tire shake is still out there on 5:33.
Yeah, and you were very well aware what happens there. I mean, I'm sure they're going to get some. Sometimes you just feel like you can drive through it. Sometimes you just like it's over.
Yeah, that was the key right there. Do you lift, do you pedal it, or you just try to drive through it? Looks like he just drove through it. And
race day, you at least give it a shot, right?
Whatever it takes to get there first.
Megan Lingner-Meyer coming up here next, and John Osherman will be alongside. We have to say this for John. Tough weekend for John, racing this weekend in memory of his father, Wayne, who passed away just last Wednesday on the 23rd. So tough weekend for the Oshermans. Megan with the gunk-backed machine will line up in the near lane, or left lane as it is to us here, but watching at home would be the near lane. And, of course, a couple of A-Fuel injected cars here with John Osherman lined up in the far lane. You rest in peace, Dad, on the side of the car as well. So, yeah, so tough weekend. I'm sure this is what Dad would want, for them to carry on and keep racing.
Yeah, racing family, that's what you do. You know, he's wanting to go out here and turn on the wind light for his dad. And Megan in the other lane, she has different ideas. She was really the favorite in Columbus and went out in the semifinals. So she's trying to get a little revenge for that weekend.
Megan, number 1 qualifier at Columbus. See if she can step it up here. Tough race alongside. Incredible light out of Osherman. How about a 006 light, but not enough steam to hang with Megan. Great job, 5:30 with a 2. Her light 091, but put the numbers on the board.
He gave it everything he had. I mean, when they left the start line, I thought, oh, boy, she might be in trouble. 006, he was ready to go. Man, that was good. And that's 006 in an injected nitro car. It's not easy. I mean, he was pumped up and ready to win. Just not enough with a 5:30.
The Nitro Queen Bee. Nickname there for Megan. Great job. So she'll go into round number 2.
Well, we won't know who she's going to run yet. Next pair with Will Smith and Hindenburger coming up. We'll find out who they're going to run.
Supercharged version here in Top Alcohol Dragster. Actually running alcohol in the far lane. That's going to be Eric Hindenburger. Will Smith, as we talked about him at the top of the show, will be in the near lane. And Will came out here and threw a number on the board right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, Will jumping in cars, you know, top fuel dragsters, A-Fuel cars, doesn't matter. He wants to just go drag racing. Come out here, got the Samsel car this weekend. The Samsels, they do also rent their seat out, and very good running car. And he jumps in the seat, goes out, goes number 1 right away. Ended up number 2. Rachel Meyer coming in around him there at the end, but nice looking pass. They had an issue on the second qualifying run and didn't get him make it, so I didn't really hear what happened. I saw him push the car off the starting line, so we see if he can repeat that number from yesterday.
At the time, the record was a 5:23 with a 3. He went a 5:23 with a 4. Top bulbs on. We're ready here. Hindenburger, unfortunately, with issues right at the very beginning. And how about that? We will lower the ET record here again. 5:21 with a 1. Beautiful job. 0:54 light for Will Smith. Said he had some more in the tank. They felt really good about it. In fact, was surprised it ran as good as it did yesterday. He said it was easy, and certainly they had some left.
Yeah, I just said we'll have to see what he come out here and can repeat what he did the first qualifying session. No, he's not going to. He's going to better it. He's going to go even better than what he did the first session.
Both Myers cars are going to have a tough run in the semifinals, exactly what you would expect. As we talked about their father a number of times as well. So talented behind the wheel himself. Randy Meyer actually going to 2 IHRA finals. So Dad has been in the finals going back to 1994 and 1995 as a driver in Top Fuel. Unfortunately lost both rounds to Doug Herbert. And how about over 100 event wins? So seasoned veteran in that guy.
This will actually be like a test run for them. We watched Megan go out there already, run a 5:30. Rachel, #1 qualifier. And like they said, they're going to use this as a test. They're going to try a couple things. Not maybe change a whole bunch, but they're going to. Nobody ever brings it back up here and never changes anything. They're going to change something.
2021 regional and world champ. Also 2020 regional champ. Got her loaded up. And a charge to the stripe, and we're going to better it again. How about a 5:18 with a 3? 0:94 light. Might have to sharpen that one up in the semifinal round, but that is quite an effort out of that team. 275.90 miles per hour.
We're seeing some really good runs in the Outlaw Dragster category. 5:18 with a 3. Have lane choice over Rich McPhillips Jr. I mean, we've got a 5:21, a 5:18, a 5:30, and a 5:33. That's going to be a great semifinal round.
Okay, we have plenty more great racing action coming your way. Stay with us. We'll be right back here at Darana Dragway. Welcome back to Milan, Michigan. We're here at Darana Dragway with the IHRA. Let's go racing. Rachel Meyer and Rich McPhillips. What a great battle here. Rachel qualifying in the #1 slot. Round #1, put a 5:18 on the board. Stands as a current ET record. We've seen that thing fall a couple of times here this weekend. On the other side, Rich McPhillips Jr. knocking the rust off, but doing a nice job. 5:33 on the board. They weren't happy with that run.
Yeah, they've been doing a little experimenting this weekend, but I have a feeling that experimenting's out the window. The Meyer team and the McPhillips team, they go head-to-head a lot. And these two teams have their own little rivalry going, and I think all the experimenting's out the window. Let's put a good tune-up in it and see if we can go out here and beat Rachel.
Big battle right here to get to the final round. McPhillips was ready to go, an 0:46 light. He's going to take the win as well on a hole shot. 5:31 to a 5:26. Margin of victory, 11 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, when they left the starting line, you could see here, huge advantage for Rich McPhillips Jr. 0:46 to a 1:09. And she just could not get back around him. Even though she ran 500ths quicker than he did, just could not get around him. And Rich taking the victory by 11 thousandths of a second. Great job of that team. And 5:31, a little quicker than last round, but she slowed down from last round. That made the difference.
McPhillips just a tick better than what he was in round 1 with that 5:33. He's been good on the bulb, though. 0:29 in round 1, 0:46 here. And that one, of course, winning the race. She missed it just a bit at the hit. That'll bring up Will Smith and Megan Lingner-Meyer. Will Smith's had a hot rod all weekend as well. Noonan on the side of Will Smith's car there in the near lane. Gunk obviously on the side of Megan's car as a couple of great competitors. This should be, two powerhouse cars again ready to go.
Yeah, Will Smith coming in here with lane choice, 521 first round. And Megan, no slouch, 530. Pretty similar to the pair we saw before with the performance advantages. Both drivers with lane choice taking the left.
Yeah, first hit down the track for Will Smith, put a 23 with a 4 on the board. Came out better at that mark, and only to watch Rachel come out and better it again. So they've been at it the entire time. And unfortunately for Megan, she hits the tire. 0.22 life for Will Smith. 5.23 with a 5. That car has been consistently fast. He's going to be a handful in the final round.
Yeah, he is. It's right from the get-go. First pass out, that car's been running really well. The Samsel's giving Will a great car to drive. They left the start line about, whoa, we got it again. Big, huge starting line advantage, 0.22 to an 0.80, and her car coming loose right after that.
.523 with a 4. First one out of the box. 5.23 with a 5 here. They definitely have this thing in a window that they're happy with.
Rich McPhillips, you will advance to the final. Your dad pulling up saying, my son got the whole shot.
Yeah, that's a rarity. I'm usually better outside the car than in it. This weekend, I've been seeing the tree pretty good. I think they're a little tight, so it's helping me out. And the Meyer team, we knew we had to be on our game. We're still trying to get some more performance out of this thing. We think we're making big moves, but it's kind of just creeping up on it. We got to make some wholesale changes. I don't know what Will ran, but it's good to be in a final, and I love this IHRA deal. It's real smooth. It's just fun to be here. I got to thank Lucas Oil, NGK, Bonifant, ARP, all the people that help us get here and help pay the bills. Thank you.
Will ran a 5.23 with a 5. Anything you'll be doing back in the pits?
But I'll have to hit the practice tree a little more because Will's really good, and we'll just keep tuning on it. At this point, we have nothing to lose. Just hammer down and see if I can do my job and get a little more.
Jamie Noonan, typically the driver, but it's Will Smith behind the wheel. Will Smith typically a crew on the car when not driving.
Will comes in here with a big performance advantage over Rich, and I don't think I'd count him out, though. He's pretty tricky. The McPhillips family, this car has won a lot of races. We saw it in the final round at Columbus, just with a different driver. So if not for carrying the front end in the final, they were taking home the trophy there. So this is going to be a tough race.
Phillips hits the tire right off the bat. That's going to let Will Smith send it to the other end. Under power, 539 will get the win, 269 miles per hour. Congratulations to Will Smith.
Yeah, Will was ready. 0.15 light.
Yes, he was. 0.43, not bad for Rich at all, but 0.15 is on it.
Yeah, and they said earlier that they just couldn't get that car to leave with this new combination and probably pushed it a little further than they should have with these hot conditions and blew the tires off. But even Will sounded like he had to pedal it out there in the middle of the racetrack. Be interesting to see on the replay here. Rich's car just come loose right away. You can see a little chatter there. Doesn't appear to see anything as it goes down track, but you could hear him pedal the car at some point on the racetrack out there. Just a little bitty rattle there. Quick slap, the way it went.
Congratulations. Job well done. Top Alcohol Dragster, $7,500 to the winner. And excited, rightfully so. Get all the gear off. Yeah, great job. Great driving job for sure.
Yeah, he was on the tree all weekend.
Jamie's in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what you like to see right there. That's pretty cool stuff.
Out here waiting to present him with his trophy. He's saying hi to everyone from the IHRA here to congratulate him. Will, prior to that run in the semis, you were kind of unsure of where you'd come in because you had mentioned all of your competitors being so good here today. How'd you get it done?
I told you, don't count these Samson boys out. A lot of hard work. It's first national event win for me, and gosh, I've driven this car twice, and we've won both races, and they just gave me a great car. And Noonan Power, Trick Titanium, NGK, everyone that helps us out, it's great. I got to take a second and just tell everyone, all the kids out there, and people, no matter what your age are, don't give up on your dreams. I've been chasing this thing for a long time, and I've got good people behind me to help me. And never give up on your dreams.
We've got a lot of racing still to go. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at Darana Dragway. Let's go. Tony Bogolo going to his 9th final. Currently has 5 wins. If he could win this one, would tie Paul Noakes at 6 career wins. However, it took Paul Noakes 12 finals to get those 6 wins. So would be able to accomplish that a little bit quicker. However, Phil Ez might have something to say about that.
Yeah, Phil's car's been running really well. You know, 5:55 in qualifying here and to the final round in Columbus a couple weeks ago and ran really well there. So you have to think he's probably the favorite in this final round, but as we've seen already, favorite doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, in qualifying, it was 5:54 for Phil Ez. Tony Bogolo put a 5:66 on the board. It wasn't like he was way behind. Speed's almost identical. Tony Bogolo's first career win with the IHRA going back to Atco, New Jersey, 1993. Last one in San Antonio, 2003. Wow, big RPMs there.
Yeah, Tony getting after it in the burnout there. Phil's car's not backing up. He's been sitting there a little while. He's having trouble getting in reverse. Oh, the drone pushing him back there. That's what picked it. Yeah. That's a great shot. Maybe he was watching the drone. Oh, I got to go reverse. Let's go. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah,
Great
not
shot.
the big crew that you typically see with Fuel Funny Car, of course. They would have been out there immediately. Expect this one to back up. One of the IHRA crew members was going to go out there and help him try to rock that thing and find reverse. Checking a wheelie bar here. So it'll be Phil Ez in the far lane. Near lane will be Tony Bogolo. Bogolo looking for his 6th career win with time for 11th all time, as we talked about with Paul Noakes. On the other side, Phil Ez, runner-up in Columbus, looking for his first IHRA win. Final in Top Alcohol Funny Car. Bogle with the better of the two lights. Who's going to get to the stripe first? It's going to be Phil Ez, who runs back around him. A great battle down through there. Of course, 0.44 light for Tony Bogle and 0.61 for Ez. Had to get after it. Ez with a better 60-foot time puts a 5:51 on the board at 261 miles per hour and grabs his first IHRA Ironman. Dead on to a thousandth. But that guy's got to be ecstatic. Phil Ez grabbing his first IHRA win. Trying to get that helmet. Can't get that helmet off fast enough when you win one of those.
Phil Ez with your first ever Ironman here in Michigan. Congratulations. Katie, thank you so much. Phil,
all right.
What does it feel like to hold one of these guys?
I'm sorry?
What does it feel like to hold one of these guys?
I've never held one before. It's kind of cool. Kind of like a Wally, kind of, sort of, but this is even better, I think. Who knows? I like it.
Take me through your run.
Well, we just tried to make A to B, you know what I'm saying? I tried to do my job. That's what I had to do today, and we got it done, you know what I'm saying? Les Davenport's helped me a little bit. Todd Tutter's helped me a little bit here this weekend. I mean, Jerry's done a good job. TJ and Jason, Kelly, everybody's doing a good job. You know, we got a lot of good people helping us, you know, Murph McKinney, John Davis. I mean, we have so much help. I'm surrounded by just great people, and that makes us do well.
Well, lift it up. Enjoy the moment. You are now an Ironman winner.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Ryan Peary out of that same Jay Turner camp. Chris Smith alongside.
Number 3 and 4 qualifier, 5:51, 5:54. So a nice tight pair here to start off Top Fuel Harley.
Ryan Peary putting one together. Goes 5:57 with a 9, 194 miles per hour. A pair of 0.49 lights.
Yeah, they were both on the tree.
Let's watch it again.
Man, look at that thing. What an animal. Picks fronted up. Flames coming out of it.
Buddy Johnson in the near lane. Don Johnson, chassis builder, PRP engine builder, 175 cubic inches. Crew chief, Ryan Peary, who we just saw go down through there. Cackle of that nitro, it is incredible. Riding that thing, had to bring it back over into the center lane, dumps the laundry at the other end to get it slowed down. Goes 203. How about a 5:39? Beautiful job there. Low ET of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Great run. Neither of them is going to win a award for the reaction times, but man, that thing left, picks the front. Look at that fight, that thing. I love how he rides, hanging that leg out there. Got a little balance, got a rudder guiding him down through there. 5:39, low ET of the meet.
Last pair in Top Fuel Harley. It's going to feature John Toth and Jay Turner. Both of them out of the same camp here. In fact, Jay Turner, crew chief on JT's bike. Weekend frame. Rex Harris, Frank Smith, and Little Man Toth also helping out. Turner, your number 1 qualifier, trying to get it down through to the stripe. We'll see if he can make it happen. 5:47, 198 miles per hour. That is enough to grab the win. An 0.51 light. 0.52 for JT right alongside. Just did not have the steam to hang with Turner.
Yeah, both the bikes almost dead even on the starting line, but Jay Turner just a little more steam in the middle of the race course, and 5:47. Just a little slower than his qualifying time, so You know, not often that you see Jay Turner have to come from behind now, but at 5:39, he's going to have to play some catch-up.
We're going to take a quick break here. We've got a lot of drag racing yet to cover, so stay with us. It's the second stop of the 2025 IHRA Tour, and it brings us to Darana Dragway. Let's go racing. Pull before flight. Pull that pin out for the chute, so it is functionable for Jordan Peterson in the far lane. In the near lane will be the very tough Ryan Peary.
Interesting watching the rider there adjusting the idle himself. You know, opening the air bleed up a little bit there and adjusting the idle himself, because in the top fuel cars and the funny cars, they're doing the same thing, but it's crew chief doing it for you.
Peary's going to have to find some performance. Top bulbs on. Here we go. Top fuel Harley. Both bikes load them up. Front end's up in the air. Great drag race. And the edge is going to go to Peterson. 5:44 to a 5:56. Reaction times almost identical, just different by 0.04 of a second. The better of the two going to Ryan Peary with an 0:55. But Peterson had enough steam to drive back around him with his 0:59 reaction time. They had a good setup, and we watched them knock cylinders out. And it seems like when the track has been really good and air a little bit better, they struggle a bit, but man, they both found the setup today. Look at the front ends up in the air. How cool is that?
Yeah, that's really high.
It looked like Peary got out of it. Maybe was going over towards the center line a little bit. That front end way up in the air. Probably not much steering it, even with a lot of body English at that point. So out of the throttle, save it for another day. Peterson goes across the stripe to grab the win first. Here comes the champ, 11-time champ. One of the best to ever get on the back of one of these. We were in here just chatting a little bit, Dave and I, last night, talking about some of the greats. Bill Furr, Romine is out there as well here with this gang. But going back, talking about Johnny Mancuso, a multi-time champ that ran with the IHRA. Doug Vansel, of course, came out here, a vicious competitor for Jay Turner all along the way. Just some incredible riders that we've seen out here with the IHRA in this category. Well, I thought it loaded up and was going to head to the stripe under full steam, but lost a hole right away. So he's going to have to go to work on that one, because Peterson has been on his game.
Yeah, Peterson's bike can run really well. 5:39, 5:44.
Out there on that run, you guys were so evenly keeled. How do you find the advantage?
It was a little bit of, Mike Romine's tuning the bike. He had a spot on tune. It got out 60 foot, rattled the tire, and was worried he was going to drop a hole, come out of it. Saw Ryan disappear, and that was that, I guess.
You have been so good all weekend, having qualified second. Where can you improve, though?
Well, the trick is right now with the track, with the sun being out, is taking enough out of it, make sure you get down the racetrack, and Mike's doing a great job doing that, so.
Here we go. Top fuel Harley. The final round. $7,500 on the line. Jay Turner, Jordan Peterson. Peterson was working it right off the bat, as was Turner. Turner did get ahead of him. He's going to hang on. Both of them struggling to find the finish line under power, but they were not letting up. 061 light. Turner was chasing Peterson at the starting line, who put an 039 light up on the board. But he was able to keep chugging down through there, and it will be Turner who will turn on the win light. 6:36 at 130, a pedestrian 134 miles an hour, but well fought for.
Yeah, both of them putting cylinders out, but it was Turner who put it out last and had just enough momentum to stay ahead and take the victory. But yeah, there we go. An ugly win, but sure is pretty.
It still counts. Look at the body English, both of those guys.
Oh, you could see right there when they put the cylinder out, drop that front nose. At this point, they're leaning forward, doing everything they can to be the first one there.
Pedaling.
Jay Turner taking the win here in Top Fuel Harley, one of the coolest classes in the IHRA, on a day where bikes and handling are so important out there. What was going through your mind off the start?
Well, it was ugly. It didn't want to idle, didn't want to run, then something stuck in the clutch before the tree was coming on. I thought it was going to pull me through, but it left pretty good and dropped the hole. I think it spun a little bit, but it's, you know, I've lost pretty a whole lot, so winning ugly ain't too bad.
I like that quote. Lost pretty a whole lot, but winning ugly ain't too bad. Jay, enjoy this one. You're taking home an Ironman.
Stick with us here. We've got a lot of racing yet to cover, and you don't want to miss any of it. We'll be right back to Darana Dragway with the IHRA. Welcome back to Darana Dragway with the IHRA. Tim Molnar coming up here first. Number one qualifier, put a 373 on the board.
Ricky Smith tuning this car, and just like Frankie Taylor, you said give him a freebie, and that guy's going to be tough. You're giving Ricky Smith and Tim Molnar a freebie, that is going to be a hard to beat.
Another Jerry Bickle car here out of Seville, Ohio. Ricky Smith helping him out. PDRA Elite Cup 14 champ 2021. Sets it down, pulls the levers, does a nice job. 14 light, 371 with a 3. Ran a 373 with a 1 in qualifying, so steps it up nicely. Next up, Keith Jackson and Jackie Sloan Jr. Only see Jackie Sloan.
Yeah, I see the door shut. Let's well, the driver's door looks like it might still be open, so maybe some issues.
Previous record in the category set back at Columbus, 374. We saw the 373 set by Tim Molnar and qualifying. Now a 371 with a 3, so lowers that ET record. Beautiful job there. Also mile per hour record as well. Tony Wilson set that. Molnar got close, but not quite.
Jackson not going to make the call, doesn't look like. Yeah, that
right there in the hunt.
That wasn't a smooth pass either with a 373, but it sounded like he pedaled out. You can see the rattle of the tire a little bit, and almost sounded like he pedaled it once and was able to save it. Still a 373.
Up next, Tony Wilson and Ed Wilson. Tony setting the mile per hour record one night ago.
Tony Wilson, runner-up in Columbus just 2 weeks ago, so looking to go one better this race.
Had the mile per hour record at Columbus as well at 203.03, went 203.80 in qualifying. That's where it currently stands. Approach of the Nitrous going on here. Eddie with that beautiful 41 Willys.
More beef. I like beef.
Absolutely. We had some pretty good beef here last night for dinner, in fact. Thanks to the crew.
My imagination, that nitro purges look bigger today.
Number 3 qualifier in the near lane. Number 6 qualifier in the far lane. Top bulb on for Tony. And problems, unfortunately, for Ed. Has to get out of that one early. 374 with a 7. 007 light for Tony Wilson. 203.71, so right there with that record mile per hour pass that he had a night ago at 203.8.
Yeah, this car's been really consistent. Nice, good looking run. Just a little bit of rattle in the tires, but right on down through there, 374.
Some of these cars are just absolutely incredible. Huge cubic inches, in excess of 940 cubic inches in some cases. And I think we saw one near 1,000.
998.
Yeah.
Rounded her up to 1,000.
6 stages of nitrous. John Vergatz will line up in the far lane out of Erie, Pennsylvania. Jim Widener with that beautiful Corvette out of Batesville, Indiana.
Vergatz at 373 in qualifying, but Widener, he had trouble. He got pushed off on the starting line in his second qualifying run. He had issues on the first one, so it's kind of unknown yet. Only one run attempt at this track so far.
Yeah, the previous record, 374, was set by Jim Widener at Columbus, so we know we can get that thing down through there and put a number on the board. Looking to make it happen as he charges for the stripe. How about an 012 light and 034 for Vergatz? I mean, right there with him, and actually a little bit better 60-foot time as he was trying to chase him down, but did not have enough steam at the other end. 372 with a 9 will be enough for Widener to go to round number 2.
That is what we're looking for. We want a close side-by-side drag race. Well, you got it. 372, 9 with a 373.4, 012 light to an 030 light. Doesn't get any better than that.
We've got a lot of racing still to go. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at Darana Dragway. Let's go. $20,000 to win in this category.
Yeah, these guys ran yesterday, haven't been back out yet today, but boy, what a show they put on. We had a 371, a 373, a 372, and a 374. You can't ask for any tighter competition than that.
Yeah, I had records fall here in this category as well. Tim Molnar with a 371. Current ET record, Tony Wilson, who we see in the far lane right now with the mile per hour record at 203.8. Reestablishing his previous set record at Columbus. Widener in the near lane. Widener headed over towards the center line, tries to stay in the throttle, see if he can keep it alive, and just misses it. Reaction times identical on both sides. 0-1-0-0 to the fourth digit, identical. A great drag race, but it's Tony Wilson who's able to stay in the throttle, puts a 376 on the board at 203, and gets the win here. The other side, 378 at 201. But I'll tell you what, Widener was driving that thing.
Yeah, he was. You see this replay. This car moving over to the center line, staying in the throttle, being gentle, trying to get it to come back. You see it make a move right there off the starting line. Wheels in the air. No wonder it's going over. You can't steer it. Puts it down, just be real gentle with it, stay in the throttle. Great, great side-by-side drag race.
You told me a moment ago, 3 weeks of this. Not only did you guys race in Ohio, but you tested last weekend. Is this car where it needs to be?
I think so. I think we're proving that every run we go down the racetrack, whether it be hot conditions, overcast, we are making good runs. So 2 finals in a row with IHRA. We won the first one in Columbus and hoping to repeat here.
Looking to go back-to-back, guys.
Current ET record holder, Tim Molnar. He is lined up in the far lane. 2 great cars. Sloan with a 373 and a 9 in round number 1. Just a couple hundredths off of Molnar. Top bulbs on. Pro Nitrous. Unfortunately for Sloan Jr., on the throttle too quickly, turns on the red light. That one's done. 377 with an 8. Identical ETs at 377 with an 8, but obviously the winner of the 2 to Tim Molnar in an 038 green light.
It's definitely going to be decided on the starting line.
Yeah, the final round, 376 to a 377. Should be a great final here as well.
Boy, that track is getting hot. You can see those cars dancing around there. The atmospheric temperature, 87 degrees out now. They got their work cut out for them.
Molnar last time down the drag strip. Put a 377 on the board with an 038 light, an 010 light for Wilson, and put a 376 on the board.
Yeah, just 100th of a second separating these 2 cars. So both of them will have to be on their game, and crew chiefs will have to make it go down through there without shaking or spinning.
Yeah, they've been on the game at the starting line all day. Wilson 007 light, round 1, 014 light for Molnar. This should be quite a battle.
This will be to see if we have a repeat winner from Columbus. The only one has that shot.
That music power underneath the hood for Wilson. Wilson in, top bulb on. For Wilson has to lift, and that's all it takes for Molnar to take the win. 376. How about an 023 light for Molnar? Better there as well to an 036 light. Still very tight, but at the end of the day, it was Molnar who's able to stay in the throttle to the stripe.
Wilson's car just couldn't get down the racetrack in these hot conditions. Molnar, that tricky Ricky, he's been down a few hot racetracks, doing that thing right down the racetrack to a win.
Right down Broadway, as they would say. So Tony Wilson did have a shot at the double. Unfortunately, not able to seal the deal.
Well, you can see it right there. Start spinning the tires and shaking, turn the car to the left, have to lift out of the throttle. And when cars are that close, one little blip of the throttle and it's all over.
Great battle in Pro Nitrous, as we expected.
Tim, congratulations taking home the Ironman here today. What enabled you to outrace your competition?
Ricky Smith. That's all it takes. Ricky Smith, Chad Hester, my wife. You know, we put this car together a week ago, and this is the first time out with it. Couldn't have gone any better.
As anticipated, we had some great racing here today. Hope you enjoyed all the action. For Kristen Beat and Kristen Banks and my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr., I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you next time with the IHRA. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, and it's time to go drag racing here at Darana Dragway in Milan, Michigan. If you love door cars, we're going to bring you some of the fastest door cars on the planet. Pro Mod, and Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Hello, I'm Ken Stout. Tommy Johnson Jr. sitting right alongside, and we love our door cars here at the IHRA. And boy, did they bring some heat in qualifying.
Boy, I tell you what, we saw great runs in the first session right off the bat in the heat of the day. And then we saw some even better runs at nighttime.
Yeah, no doubt. The record was falling. Pro Mod, it just seemed to tumble. Next car, next car, next car. Top three all underneath the previous ET record. Did set a mile-per-hour record as well at 208 mile-per-hour. So these things were really clicking off. Robin Robbins really put together a great run. He's going to be tough to beat out here. But with that said, the entire class is so tight.
Yeah, a lot of guys come out here. They had the racetrack redone here in Milan, Michigan, and it's smooth. It's got a lot of grip. The guys tuned them up for that night run, but the track ate it up, and they slowed down. So now, as we progress throughout the day and get into the nighttime today, they know what to do. They got to make those right changes to make even better runs because it's going to be tight. All three fields were really close in qualifying.
Pro nitrous cars, yeah, they were underneath their ET record and mile per hour, over the mile per hour. So obviously both ends of it were reset. And then in Mountain Motor Pro Stock, it was great to have John Monacal come back out here and join the field. Of course, the 2009 champ. He came out, was number one at the end of the first session, and then I believe ended up number 3 in the second session. They said they missed it, much like you were talking about. The track was just better than they thought it was going to be.
They were all shooting for a 4.0 something. We got really close, 4.10, number one qualifier. So look out, Jerry Tucker won the race 2 weeks ago in Columbus. He wants to repeat, double up. Well, he's got a pretty good shot at starting number one today.
Yeah, qualified number one. He threw one down again, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Sit back, relax. We're going to bring you some great door car racing. Put a 410 on the board, 1 night ago. Tony Pontieri came out as the last car. It jumped up in the number 2 hole with a 412. First pair, Dave Hughes and one of the best in Kurt Neighbors.
Number 7 and 8 qualifiers, and I tell you, 418 to a 419 in qualifying. This is a very evenly matched pair. And as we saw in Columbus just a couple weeks ago, starting line, it might make a difference here. It's this so close, and if you aren't on the tree, you're probably going to be going home.
Dave Hughes out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania, 2018 Haas Camaro. John Causey power underneath the hood of that beautiful car, lined up in the near lane. Really one of the most decorated drivers out here. But the fact that he's still inside of the car getting it done is amazing.
Loves drag racing and out here doing it to this day. Been doing it a long time.
Another Haas-Causey combination, built in 2000. Beautiful red, white, and blue car for Kurt Neighbor. Top bulbs on. Mountain Motor, here we go. Oh! I can't believe Neighbor didn't go red. I thought Neighbor was going to go red because it pulled him through the beams. Somehow ends up with an 044 light. However, on the other side, Dave Hughes red, listen to this, 0.0007 ten-thousandths of a second. Too quick for Dave Hughes. And I'm telling you, right in front of us, we're both looking out of the window. I know we're supposed to watch the monitor, but but Neighbor, it's tugging Neighbor's car through the beams. I thought for sure he'd go red.
Yeah, I did too. As soon as he put the throttle down, it started pulling the car through the beams. I thought, oh, he's going red. And you look over and the red light's on the left-hand lane. I couldn't believe it.
So one of the twin brothers, as we talked about, they'll have a chance to face off. Dylan Voss will be the first of the two and line up alongside another seasoned driver and Bill Neary. Ran Super Chevy for years. Pro Mod Nova called the prosecutor. This one as well. Dylan Voss lined up in the near lane. Bill Neary in the far lane. Voss with the Jerry Haas and Voss Racing Engines. Problems from Neary. Had to get out of the throttle. It was a handful early on. 044 light, 414 with a 9. Dylan Voss ready to go here as well. Nicely done in round number 1. He qualified in the number 6 hole with a 418, so stepping it up nicely.
Yeah, just like in Pro Mod and all the other categories, we're seeing as this weekend goes along, these guys are coming out first round and improving on every single run. First round and steps his performance by 0.04 of a second.
Corey Voss and Tony Pontieri will be our next pair. So one of the Vosses has made it through. Dylan made it. We'll see if Corey can follow up here.
Yeah, Pontieri, a 4.12 in qualifying, definitely has the advantage on performance. But we just saw Dylan Voss go 4.14, and we'll see if they applied any of that to his brother's car.
Tony Pontieri out of Canada, Bolton, Ontario. Both of them on the ball. Great drag race. That's what we love to see. 0.24 light for Corey Voss. Will not have enough for the 4.22. On the other side, Tony Pontieri goes 0.11 at the tree and then puts a 4.11 on the board, a little bit quicker than his qualifying effort.
Oh, even a little wiggle there. Got a little squirty off the starting line and drove it right on down to 4.11. That thing's got more in it.
Yeah. Here comes Chris Powers. We were curious if Camry was going to make the call.
Yeah, she qualifying had some engine damage and she turned off the track, and I didn't know if she'd make it back up here. But
Camry on the ball, double 06 light, goes 4.13 with a 5, but loses here as a 4.12 is up on the board with Chris Powers, wins it by 7 10,000ths of a second.
Woo, that was a whole lot closer than Chris Powers thought it was going to be. Trust me, 006 and a 4.13. That car had very few runs on it. And they come out here first round, come out and run a 4.13. I know they're not happy with losing, but that was a very good first round for them.
0.15 light as well for Chris Powers. It wasn't like he missed it. Next pair coming up here is to be Dwayne Rice and Mike Murphy. Unfortunately, no call by Mike Murphy. Dwayne Rice out of Grove City, Ohio. Qualified in the number 4 hole, 4.13 with a 7. 0.40 light to go along with it. Going to get a nice look at the track. .064 light puts a nice number on the board. 4.13 with an 8. Real solid.
Almost identical to his qualifying time of 4.13 with an 8. He was 4.13 with a 7 in qualifying. The bad news is 4.13 doesn't get you lane choice.
And a couple of guys that have been racing for many, many years against each other, John Koenig chauffeur and John Montecalvo. Johnny K lined up in the near lane out of Otterville, Ontario. And of course, Monty out of Center Island in New York. Montecalvo, a 3-time Mountain Motor Pro Stock champ, including the 2009 IHRA Championship. Oh, and he's all over the place. Monty having to drive that thing. Koenig chauffeur on the other side trying to steal one here, and he's going to get it done. An 0.15 light to an 0.59 for Montecalvo. This one was pretty much settled at the starting line. A 4.18.4, just a little bit quicker than Monty's 4.18 with an 8. So excellent job there for John Koenig for turning that thing around, because, as you said, they've struggled with it.
Yeah, every time we go up here first round, there's been one car that's struggled throughout qualifying, and they get it done. What John Montecalvo, he's driving the wheels off that thing out there sideways, pulling it back in, but Johnny K getting the round win and getting it figured out.
Here comes our number 1 qualifier, and the winner from Columbus, Jerry Tucker, JT. Coming out here from Lindsay, Oklahoma, Jerry Bickle car. Frank Gugliotta helping him out. Of course, Frank Gugliotta, a great driver in his own right in this category. 824 cubic inches of Gugliotta power. A couple of 4 barrels on this one. 5-speed trans. 2-disc clutch. Gugliotta also helping out in the crew chiefing department with Rich Purdy. Went 4.10 with a 4. He's just going to bump the line.
Yeah.
Save the parts and pieces. Save the tune-up. Okay, we have plenty more great racing action coming your way. Stay with us. We'll be right back here at Darana Dragway. Welcome back to Milan, Michigan. We're here at Darana Dragway with the IHRA. Let's go racing. David Monday, the chassis builder, qualified in the number 9 hole with a 372. Will line up alongside Jason Lee, number 16 qualifier. Howard Moon helping out DMRC with the engine building duties there for David Monday out of Tennessee. Noon at 5:21. And this one over at the hit of the throttle for David Monday. Leaves too early by 11 thousandths of a second and hands it over.
Jason Lee get the win with the red light start by David Monday, but a 373 improved on his performance in qualifying with 376, so go in the right direction.
Just 200ths between these two cars in qualifying. Disco Dean qualifying number 5, Colton qualifying 15th. Oh, man, the Mustang, a handful right there. Front end up, did not want to go straight. Had to get out of the throttle to keep that one alive. 375 with an 8. How about a double 08 light and an 010 light for Colton? Unfortunately, Colton's run was a nix right off the bat. But, man, Disco Dean on the money at the starting line. Double 08 goes 375.
I mentioned the driver might be a little part of this. Man, is it going to be a driver's day. Taking a right-hand turn when he let off the starting line, got off the starting line, but Disco Dean's car right straight down the racetrack once again.
And here comes the man that made all the noise just one night ago, our number 1 qualifier, Robin Roberts in the near lane, will line up alongside Randy Adler, qualified number 24 with the 57, hoping to turn things around here today.
Kind of interesting, number 1 qualifier wanted to go out here, third pair.
Yeah, I was wondering about that myself, to be honest with you.
Let's get it on. Let's do it. More time to work on between rounds.
Laundry up for our number 1 qualifier. Drives it down through there. Can he hang on? No, he's not going to get it done. Not going to get it done. You just never know what's going to happen out here. That's the beauty of this sport. Randy Adler puts together an 029 light, a 372 on the board. Robin Roberts with the laundry out early on and could not beat him to the stripe. 371.6 had the better ET, but got beat on a hole shot.
I said he needed a little help, and he had to be on time. He left on time and had a little help. The parachute falling out right about the Christmas tree. Unbelievable. I was like, oh, no, the chute come out. But look at the front end in the air. It's going to make a great photo if somebody got a photo of that. Wheels in the air, parachute out. But he got the help he needed, and he tuned his car up, 372. Jacob and Neal having a whole much better weekend this weekend than he did in Columbus.
Both of them ready. Top bulbs are on. Let's go racing. Round 1 of Pro Mod. Boy, good side-by-side battle. Looks like it's going to go to the left lane, inside lane, if you will.
374 at 201 to a 381, 197. And you could see Jacob McNeil having to pedal that car. It was loose, bouncing around, out of control, pedaling it, trying to get the win, but all for naught. 374 on the other hand, the other lane.
Joel Winsley grabbing the win here. So the 17 hole taking out the 8 hole. We saw the 24 hole take out the number 1 hole. Another good look at it here. Callie Mills and Bill Riddle. Callie Mills lined up in the near lane here. Callie Mills qualifying 5th in this large field with a 366. What another great lap here.
Yeah, red light on the right-hand lane. So,
yeah.
Yep.
So Callie grabbing the win here, as you would expect a number 5 qualifier to do, but Bill going after it there. unfortunately leaves a little bit early. Kai Kelly qualifying 11th. Tom Blenko qualifying 14th. On paper, very, very close here. Blenko with that beautiful Corvette.
Kai Kelly, round win. Car's out there picking the front end up. You can hear somebody pedaling out there. I'm pretty sure it was left-hand lane because you could see the thing falling back, but he kept pedaling as it went down through there. Both of them looks like maybe a little bit. 369 for Kai Kelly.
Yeah, beautiful lap there. As quick as we've seen here in round number 1. DiDomenico and Calso will square off here. Of course, DiDomenico making it to the final round at our season opener, and will square off against Jason Calso, who put a 385 up on the board, good enough for the 18th position. His son Sal, crew chiefing on that one. Level performance is the engine builder for Jason Calso. SSI Roots Blower, 521 Hemi. DiDomenico out of the groove there just a bit, trying to save that one.
$371 for Mike, $380 for Jason. That's a pretty hard move for a Pro Mod car to just pull it back over in the center of the groove like that.
DiDomenico with a 008 light. Larson and Sullivan coming up here next.
Oh, looks like Craig might be having some issues out there. Doesn't look like he can get it reversed. They're out there trying to get him pushed back.
Talked about Larry Larson with that gorgeous shoebox. Yeah, tough break here for Sully.
They haven't given up yet. They're going to try to push him back. Yeah.
See if we can get him back.
Well, it doesn't look like Sully's going to make the lap. He shut it off and backing up. Something must have broke on the burnout. So Larry Larson's going to get a freebie here first round.
Find out what he has here. On paper, these two were really, really close. Separated by just a couple of thousandths of a second. Was looking forward to the race.
Well, you can see the little tape there on the front fender of Larry's car. He did get loose in qualifying, come across the center line and took the cones out. So it did do a little damage, but able to get it repaired. $374, $204.
Yeah, left a little bit early there.
Yeah. That's single. Why not, man? Go for it.
Go for it. See where you're at. See if you can pull it off.
Yeah, that's right. But it's single. It's freebie. It's good.
We've got a lot of racing still to go. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Put some heat in it with the jet. Sprayed it, dragged it, rotated it. Got her going. Quick Rod, our 890 index, quarter mile, 400 pro tree. Round number 2. We ran round 1 yesterday. This is round 2. Right at the beginning, I think we ran 2 sets, 2 pair down the track, and then it drizzled. So here we go. Steve Edward in the left lane in the Oldsmobile, the door car, one of the Oldsmobile powered cars here. Steve Edward out of Pataskala, Ohio. Jared Cooper in the right lane, London, Ohio. In his Gephardt Dragster, all-weather systems entry. 890 index racing. Quick Rod. Quarter mile, the full 1320. 400 pro tree. They were qualified and paired. Beginning of round 2. Cooper, 001, dead 3, lays down 4th thou. Locks out Steve Edward, 022 on the tree. Mathematically ineligible, can't get there, breaks it out 1 thou, but it didn't matter. He was 022 to Cooper's 4th thou package. Jamie Elrod and Jason H. Elrod in the left lane, Lima, Ohio. Pontiac-powered American Dragster, the Hoosier, Sunoco, ATM Innovations. Jason and his American in the right lane, coming in from Lancaster, Ohio. I think these were the ones that were on the line when we stopped. Sitting on pre-stage. Jason follows. And it's going to be left lane for the win. Elrod, 004, 1 above 8. Takes 15th thou margin. Right lane, Jason, he broke out. He was 064 up front and goes 25 thou too quick. Leo Zinda and Pat Martin. Zinda in the left lane in the American. Right lane Martin in the American, Trans and Asphalt. Pat Martin, 891, 174, gets the win. He was 11 on the tree. Zinda, 37 up front. He goes 1 above with an 8. Right lane 1 above with a 7 and the better light, taking 27 thou. Martin over Zinda. Kenny Farrell coming up now, Rockville, South Carolina. That is an undercover dragster. The Under Pressure and RP Motorsports. Right lane Bill Jackson, Mansfield, Ohio, in the advanced dragster. Bill Jackson's racing engine, Jenkins Fab, and Goodyear. Separate him, and it's going to be left lane. Kenny Farrell overcame the reaction time disadvantage. He was late, but runs 1 above with a 6. Jackson was 023, and he should have looked a little bit left. He missed it. He broke out by 6 thousandths for Jackson. Farrell moves on. And I need Super Rod to the lanes, our 990 index. Super Rod to the lanes, please. Super Rod to the lanes. Your pairings are at the back of staging. So, oh, just 1 and 2, okay. Super Rod, 990 index, lanes 1 and 2, please. Dan Suppa, Evans City, Pennsylvania. S&W Dragster. That's a Volkswagen power dragster in the Summit lane. Right lane, Jim Flynn, Germantown, Wisconsin. Oakley, Lynn's Transmissions. Double breakout win for Supper. 886, breaks it out 31 thou. Right lane 36 thou too quick. And I hear things in the background. It sounds like somebody using a Sawzall back there. Pat DeBonis here on a competition single. The Corrigan Race Fuels M&M Dragster. Big block Chevrolet. Coming in from Howell, Michigan. Competition single. on the tree. 8th mile, 6:22 at a buck 43. Full quarter, little quick, 8:88, 186 miles an hour. A huge mile per hour there, 186. And that will wrap up Quick Rod, round number 2. And we're going to Super Stock next. Super Stock next. Round 1. Quarter mile. Still quarter mile, but we're going to switch the tree over to a 500 bracket tree here. Well, you'll see they'll come down yellow, 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 green, just like a typical bracket race at your home track. Super Stock quarter mile. Mike Fuller and Larry Eagle, our first 2 up. Fuller in the Mustang out of Belleville, Michigan. Larry Eagle, Bethlehem, Ohio, in the Cutlass Calais. Dialing in a 932, left lane at 10:03. So you will get head starts here. Left lane will get about 3/4 of a second head start for Fuller. Eagle will try to chase him down in the Oldsmobile. Left lane, Mike Fuller, 10:13 at 130. Larry Eagle, 9:35 on a 32 dial. 15 thou margin for Fuller. Moving on, Eagle is out. Andy Cronbitter in the PK Racing Rods Cobalt, Miller Sport, Ohio. Right lane, little red car. Pontiac Grand Am. That is Ronnie
Cars underway so far here at Darana Dragway today. Looking forward to the finals coming up.
Lane for the win, Cronbetter. 9:55 on a 54 dial. Get this, Trotman was 004, takes 59 thou at the stripe, but was 35 thou too quick in doing so. Wow, had him covered. Blaine Zakowski, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Mickey Thompson, JRP. McLeod Mustang. Aaron Russell down in Washington, Ohio. Camaro Supersport. The Catfish Camaro for like 993. Chasing the left lane. Oh, red light for Zakowski. 023 red. Automatic win for Aaron Russell. It will be a time trial for him. 001 up front. And breaks it out. 990 with a 4 on a 93 dial. That's okay. Russell moves on. Zakowski. 023 red. Daryl Sierra Vino, Milan, Michigan. Camaro, the Accurate Auto Repair Camaro. Gen 1. Right lane, Earl Rowe out of Newark, Ohio, in the IROC style Camaro. Right lane's going to get, the blue car is going to go first, 10-12, followed quickly by 10-05 for Sierra Vino. About 32 thou separated, big spread. They're racing to the full quarter, and it's going to be left lane for the win. Sierra Vino, 10:07 on an 05 dial, takes 34 thou over Earl Rowe. Earl was 084. He kind of missed the tree. Goes 2 above with the 6, left lane 2 above with the 4, and the better light. Sierra Vino moving on. Rowe is out. All right, James Rawlings, Mike Cotton. Rawlings in the Pontiac Sunfire. Left lane, hippie handmade headers. Nasty
Next pair coming
speed
up.
and performance. Mike.
Right-hand lane. There we go, a hit start. And they're off. Big wheels up the air launch.
17 thou. Separate them. Left lane for the win. 9:51 at 137 miles per hour. Right lane goes 3 above the 1. Right lane had the better light. Cotton did. But loses by 1/1000th of a second. 0.001 margin for Rawlings. Cotton is out. A.H. Atkins, left side in the AMX, the yellow car. 883, right lane, Rick Nicholas. West Virginia. For the West Virginia paint and decorating. Automatic win for Rick. 965 breakout. It was a free time trial for him. A.H. Atkins, 17 red and slows it down. Darcy Clark coming in with his Plymouth Saloy. Red Door Racing. That car is the first one shipped to the public out of 50 cars. Very rare. Sold new in Middleton, Ohio, dialing in a 955. Right lane, Casey Foss. Lucky Lax Dodge Coronet out of Johnstown, Ohio. Green and red for Clark. 056 red. Let go of the brake a little early. Foss moving on to the right lane on a free time run. 1089 breakout. 056 red for Clark. Burnout's complete on the next one. Another AMX here in Superstock. Round number 1. Eugene Chips, Fairmont, West Virginia. The AMC AMX, 997. Right lane, Bob Marshall, a 999. They're basically going to leave together. You're not going to be able to see a 200s. Bob Marshall, Columbus, Ohio. In the 65 Eastland Crane Dodge Coronet. Right lane, Bob Marshall for the win. 10:01 at 126. Left lane, Eugene Chips loses 993 breakout on a 97 dial. Remember, if you're a dial-in class, please make sure your car numbers and dial-ins are both on the back left side. We need it on the left window, please. The left driver's window would be awesome. Left driver's window. Please make sure your dial-ins are on the left driver's window. You guys are in the dial-in classes. Brad Zakowski and Herbie Knoll. Both green and to the finish line stripe. It's going to be right lane. Double breakout win for Herbie Knoll. Greencastle, Pennsylvania. Hoosier Tire Camaro. 987 with a 5 on an 88 dial. 5 thou under, takes 15 at the stripe to win over Brad Zakowski. Here's Doug Duell and Charlie Downing. Hemi-powered Barracuda, the Fuel Lab Hoosier AFCO ATI entry. Charlie Downing in the Ford Britain, Michigan. 10:02, he's out front. Left lane, a very fast 899 dial, and it is going to be right lane for the win. Charlie Downing. 10:04 on an 02, had a 33 light. Duell was 037. It goes 2 above with an 8, right lane 2 above with a 4, and the better light takes 7th thou margin. Brett McFarland coming up now in the left lane, the Vet, Corvette 71 model, Manchester, Ohio. He has a quicker 924 right lane, our third AMX of this class. Garrett Gezzi, Dalton, Illinois. Strange Engineering, A.H. Atkins Racing. 69 AMX. 1070. Oh, he red lights. Gezzi. 069 red. A second and a half later, Brett McFarland gets his go light. He's red behind him, but he gets the automatic win. 926 on the 24 dial at 142 miles an hour. And moves on. McFarland good. Gezzy not good. Caleb McFarland out of Flemingburg, Kentucky. That is a Copo Camaro, that red one there in the Summit lane. 958 dial. Right lane, Jimmy Runzello, Carlton, Michigan in the Cobra Jet. Varsity Ford, JRP Coyotes. Dialing in a 918, left lane a 958. So about one bulb head start to the red Copo on this Ford versus Chevy matchup. Green in both lanes, and we'll call it about 26 thou advantage to the left lane, and wind bulb left lane. Ooh, double breakout. Left lane breaks it out 3 thou, right lane 16 thousandths. Runzello is out, McFarland moving on. Randy Martin, Mark Sanders, 1055 in the left for Martin. It's a Plymouth Duster. A lot of Mopars in this super stock category. Mark Sanders in the PK race cars, Diane Lefty Cobalt. So right lane's a 945, left lane a 1055. 2 bulbs, head start, left lane. That'll be about 1 second on the tree. Big wheel stand for the Duster. Love it. 9 thou separate him. A little bit of an advantage to Sanders in the right lane. And wind bulb Sanders goes 1 above with the 9. Takes 13 thou over Martin. Martin was 57 up front. He goes 2 above with the 3. But still no good. Sanders moving on. David Turner, Terry Allison. Turner now in the left lane. The 70 Dodge Challenger, 939. Close dials here for both cars. They're going to leave together. Terry Allison in the Race Tool Direct Chevrolet S10 from East Palestine, Ohio. 942 to a 939. So 3 thou separated. 300, I'm sorry. Oh, red light for Turner. 048. He's thinking, oh my gosh, what did I do? Allison, 048. Green, and time trials it 936 breakout, but moves on. Turner was 048 red and lost it on the line. All right, another Mustang Cobra Jet coming up now in the left lane. Rodney Worrell, Belpre, Ohio. Danny Smith, Westerville, Ohio, in the 67 Plymouth Belvedere. 1010 the dial. Again, a 1 second head start to that big car in the right lane. Race fans, welcome. Glad to see the bleachers getting full today here on this Saturday afternoon. About 1:45 right now. This is round 1 of Super Stock. Top sportsman. We need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. We need you to the back of the lanes for pairing. Top sportsman. So let's see what happened on that run. Danny Smith with an 028 red light gives Rodney Worrell the automatic win. Runs dead on 1 with an 18 light. Lays down a 19 thou package for Worrell. Good job moving on. Frank Beasley now, Taylorsville, North Carolina. Pontiac Grand Am, 992. Will chase the Gen 1 Camaro right side. Mike Price out of Navarre, Ohio. 1015 is the dial. There's only 1 foul separating them. Right lane moving around a little bit. Gets up close to the center line. Stays full throttle. And left lane for the win. Frank Beasley, 1036. Price, 1090. Price off the pace just a little bit there. Left lane saw it. He backed off. Dropped anchor. Matt Obertanic out of Tarrenton, Pennsylvania. The wired up electric Mac machine, Cobra Jet. Chris Hall in the right lane coming in from Utah, all the way from Elwood, Utah. The Maeda Motorsports Copo Camaro. Gorgeous blue car there. 898 to the right, 897 to the left. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. To the back of the lanes for pairings. Top sportsman, we need you. They're going to leave the line together. This Ford-Chevy matchup here. Big rivalry over the, you know what, half a century or more? 3/4 of a century. Wheels up for the Camaro. Oh, big advantage. One was double O. One was not double O. And double O for the win. Matt Obertanic. 901. He was 005. 901 on a 97 dial. Hall goes one above with a 5. He was 899 on a 98. But missed the tree, and that's what got him. Whole shot win for Obertanic. 14th thou margin. Brian Oakes, Taylorsville, North Carolina. Hickory enclosed trailer sales. Gen 1 Camaro. John French, Cortland, Ohio. The Summit, NGK, and Mickey Thompson. C20. That's a Pontiac. Looks like a Firebird. Well, it's over with. Brian Oakes kicked it red. John French, 008 on the tree. And makes an easy run out of it. Kind of slows it down to the big end. He already had the wind light, saved the parts. And we'll go to round 2. Oakes had the red light. Brian. All right, Dennis Stewart now, Port Orange, Florida. In his Dodge Daytona. Stewart performing Hickory in those red hills. George Wright, Carlton, Michigan. Left lane, Stewart for the win. He was 028, 1006 on an 02 dial. Right lane, George Wright was 031, takes 55 thousandths to break it out 10 thousandths. Wow, take 55 to be too quick by 10. Okay, let's see. Dennis Stewart for the win there over George Wright. Here we got Jacob Elrod and Bruce Broker. Elrod in the left lane, the Corvette, American Race Cars, ATM Innovations, and a Brucey Transmissions, 990. Oh, we're going to Super Rod. Here we go. All right, we were done with Super Stock. I didn't hear that. I had to take my headset off there. Super Rod, 990 index, quarter mile, 400 Pro tree. So Elrod in the left lane, Broker in the right. 400 Pro tree, a lot of throttle stops here, a lot of big mile per hours, you'll see. Big advantage for one of them. Oh, you hear him romping on it down there. Wow, double breakout, right lane. Right lane was late up front, Bruce Broker, but he gets the win, breaks it out 6th thou. Jacob Elrod had a definite starting line advantage, but he takes 34 thousandths to be under 11. Taking 34 and too quick by 11. Had to be 23 or better. No joy for Elrod. Vince Gregory out of Lakeview, New York. That's a Tri-5 55 Bel Air. Jesse Fritz in the right lane. The Wasting Fuel Promotions Camaro Roadster. And right lane, Jesse Fritz. 008, dead 9 to be 17,000 total. Gregory had a chance. He was 12 up front and breaks it out 51,000. He takes 56 to be 51 under. Had to be 005 or better. Joseph Carbascio out of Clarksburg, West Virginia. The Malibu, white on blue Malibu there. Scott Tuttle, Franklin, Indiana. 33 Ford Roadster, Patch Master Indy. Carbascio with a little bit of a starting line advantage, about 100, it's not big. 987 double breakout win over Scott Tuttle. Scott Tuttle breaks out by more of a margin than did Carbascio. All right, here's Ron Brady and Gary Linkhorn. Brady in the Lumina, the Donnie Hardman Racing Lumina from West Virginia. Gary Linkhorn coming in from Ohio, right down the street. 27 Ford Roadster. Definite advantage for Ron Brady, and he gets the win. 994 at 151, takes a 10th margin of victory on the big end. Gary Linkhorn, 059, and goes 10.03 on a 990. About a 10th above. So my next pair up, Josh Sanner out of Salzburg, Pennsylvania, in the first generation Camaro, 67 model to be exact. Carl Rechtenwald out of Columbus, Ohio, in the Chevy Lumina. Blue on white Lumina. Right lane for the win. Rechtenwald, 15 up front, goes one above with the 9. Left lane Sander broke out. He took 84 and was 84 under. Had to be 0-0-0-1 or better. Wow. Tom Diamond now, Dublin, Ohio, in the Transin Asphalt and Concrete 27 Ford Roadster. Right lane 27 Ford Roadster broken. 11,000 separated. That's Rick Swank in the right lane from Greenfield, Tennessee. And on the big end, as they get down to the 1320, it's going to be right lane. Rick Swank, 31, dead 7 to be 38,000 total. Diamond was 20 on the tree, gives him 18,000 to squeak in, and he can't do it. 92 on a 90, goes one above with the 7. Two above with the 7. Next pair, Mark Harmon, Sunman, Indiana. Ken Bowers from Paulding, Ohio. That is a 57 Corvette, advanced chassis Corvette. Should have top sportsman in the lanes. Getting paired up. Mark Harmon and Ken Bowers right here. Corvette station. 20,000 separate them up front. And the advantage went to the right lane. Windball right lane, Ken Bowers. 994 on a 90, 17 on the tree. Harmon was 037, breaks it out 1,000. So Harmon, he takes 27,000 at the stripe, but was 1,000 too quick. Dave Fields out of Delaware, Ohio. That is a Cutlass Calais. Brian Johnson out of Coshocton, Ohio. 69 Plymouth Valiant. And man, I love the color of that car. That bright candy gold. But it's over for Johnson. He was red. gives Dave Fields the automatic win. 987 breakout win. 009 on the tree. Fields moving on. Johnson is out in the Valiant. Roy Lauer and Mike Coughlin. Lauer in the Cutlass. Coughlin in the Bel Air, the Tri-555 from Jay. CoughlinCars.com lane. Any relation there? I am sure. Very close on the tree. Coughlin for the win, 17. He goes 2 above with 7. Lauer was 23. He goes 3 above with a 1. Loses by 100. Jeff Gerber now, Massillon, Ohio. The Make Wellness 27 Ford Roadster, right lane the Camaro, 68 Camaro. Corinne McMillan from Ajax, Canada. Our great friends from the north. Right lane staged on the trans brake. Oh, red light for Gerber. 001 in the Roadster, red light. He concedes the run and just takes a little Saturday afternoon cruise down the 1320. McMillan moves on. Wow, McMillan on a free time shot lays down a lap. 004, dead 1 to be 5 thou total. Great job for McMillan. Paul Fiddler, Eddie Arnold. Fiddler in the left lane, the Jenkins Fabrication and Jackson Performance Vega. Eddie Arnold, Salon, Ohio. That is a 92 Cutlass. Green in both lanes. One was 00. About 41 thou separate them. That's a big margin. Oh, wow. Left lane broke out. Fiddler. So Eddie Arnold in the right lane was 048. Goes 3 above. Fiddler was 007 and takes a 10th at the stripe and breaks it out 32 thousandths. Boy, you better hide the sharp instruments, man, in the trailer. Paul Fiddler's going to be mad at himself on that one. Hide the hammers, the screwdrivers, the knives, the scissors. Oh, red light for Smith. Jeff Smith Jr. in his Skylark 007 red gives Roger Wellman the automatic win. Wellman 028 in the Beretta, runs a 991 with a 4 and moves on. Smith 007 red. All right, another Roadster coming up. Jim Kreitzer out of Wapakoneta, Ohio. Mike Lagos, Gas City, Michigan. The Level Performance, Hoosier Lagos Farms Z28 IROC Camaro. Left lane Kreitzer gets the win, 995. He was 003 on the tree. Lagos was not 003. It goes 7 above with a 4 to lose by 500ths. James Kosnak in the Warrenback Speed Shop Camaro, left lane. Right lane, Kim Fritz, Kim Fritz, Greenup, Illinois, the 18 Corvette Roadster. Well, Fritz with a red light, 011 red. The Roadster drops out of competition. Cosnet moves on, 966 breakout. Boy, was he holding a ton. That's 3/10 under. Wow. Rich Pica in the high caliber Corvette, left lane. Right lane, that is Brian Riesling out of Pickerington, Ohio. 91 Dodge Daytona. Cool looking car. Well, red light for Riesling. 021 red. Guess he needs to stick to winemaking for a day or two. Rich Pica for the win. 003 goes 5 above with the 6. So we got a Camaro, real pretty car. The next two actually in the right lane, real pretty Camaros. Morgan Napier coming up now in the left lane. The Cutlass, Etna, Ohio. Rob Kropfeld out of Hamilton, Ohio, in the Camaro Roadster. Beautiful car. A lot of money wrapped up in these things. They build show cars that just happen to be fast. Well, red light for Napier, 008 red in the left lane. Gives Cropfield in the Camaro Roadster the automatic win, 008 green. And runs dead zero, 8 foul package. Almost a perfect run, race fans. Runs 990, dead on the index with the 0, as Napier was 008 red and slows it down. Kenny Farrell and Paul Richardson. Another beautiful Camaro, that gray and blue. Good color combination there from Woodburn, Indiana. Left side is Kenny Farrell, Rock Hill, South Carolina. Kenny Farrell Leasing and Under Pressure and TP Motorsports. Big head start for the left lane because he was red. Paul Richardson, 988 breakout win at 170. Farrell is 016 red and is out of competition in that entry. Rocky Clark now in the left lane. That is Plymouth, from Plymouth, Ohio, in his Pontiac Grand Prix, the Jackson's Performance Grand Prix. John Zickish, Belmont, Ohio, 63 split window Corvette convertible Roadster. Foul separate them. And it's going to be Rocky Clark for the win. Double breakout. He was 18. Breaks it out 24th out. Zickish was only 15 on the tree, but breaks it out 52,000. Clark moving on. Steve Hoyt now, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan Cavalier. Steve Theodore in the right lane in the McLaughlin Oil Company Corvette. The Roadster there in the right side. In right lane, Steve Theodore, 991 and 168 for the win. Puts out Steve Hoyt. 992 at 174. Up next, we got John Schnitzer and Paul Brown. Top Dragster, first call. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. This is your first call, Top Dragster. Schnitzer in the Abruzzi Transmissions Dodge Daytona left lane. Paul Brown. That is a Dodge Roadster in the right lane. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. One was 00, 15th out, separated from its right lane. Paul Brown, 003, goes 8 above with a 0. Schnitzer, 18 up front, and breaks it out by a 10th. Leo Zinda III, the tray. Ring and Pinion Shop, Chevrolet in the left lane. Right lane, Oldsmobile, the Graham Motorsports. Sean Graham from Sunbury, Ohio. And looks like I may have a car stopped on the top end. All right, right, we got our track crew checking the top end out there. The car exited. That's our track truck out there. Top dragster again. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes for round one of eliminations. Once again, our guys are checking way, way, way down there. Man, come on, Sunshine. Come on, Sunshine. We need you. We need you to stay out. Race fans, I hope you're having a good time here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series national event here at Darana Raceway, National Trail here. Live music. We got the live band over there. We might even have a stunt team. They were here yesterday, motorcycle stunt team, doing some stunts in front of the bleachers yesterday. Well, they did have a car stuck down there. He was up against the guardrail. How about our Darana Vision? Big screen TV showing all the replays. We got one in the pit side behind the bleachers and another one over there on the left lane guardrail area. Beautiful Darana Vision big screen TVs. The ultimate fan experience right here at Darana Raceway Park. We'll have our opening ceremonies about 2 o'clock, about 45 minutes from now. Opening ceremonies. All right, top end is clear. And we got the go light. Again, Zinda and Graham on the line, ready to go. They said they do not need another burnout. They're going to wing it. Nobody, oh, there we go. Zinda pre-stages. Well, it's a red light start for Zinda, 024 red. Sean Graham, 16 up front. Goes 987 with the 2, little breakout there, not bad. Zinda with the red light is out. Graham moving on. Next pair. Greg Hasty out of Canal, Ohio, Camaro. Pat Martin out of London, Ohio in the 27 Roadster from Davis. Martin, he got up on the converter and forgot to let go of the button. I don't know what he did. Wow, look! Hastings broke out. Oh my gosh! Definitely hide the sharp instruments now. Hastings was 038 and breaks out a 10th. And he takes a 1.5 seconds at the stripe. He was that far ahead. 1.5 seconds. Pat Martin missed the tree. He was sitting there for 1 second up front, Pat Martin. And just kind of conceded the run. He just kind of just went on down and oh well. Thought he lost. Hastings did not look in the rearview mirror and breaks out a 10th of a second. Wow. Pat Martin moving on. What do they say? Derek, it's better to be lucky than good any day. Luck was on Martin's side there. Wow. What a way to end Super Rod. And we have Top Sportsman coming up next. They are under the tower tunnel right here, ready to go. Again, racers, if you have dial-ins, please make sure you put them on the back left side of the car, on the driver's door. We need your dial-ins on the driver's door, please. Moving to Top Sportsman, I'm going to turn it over to Derek, and we'll be back. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes.
All right, well, thank you. It is round number 1 in Top Sportsman. And your first pair rolling into the water box, Kevin Chess and Brian Winter, is going to kick things off. So, ladies and gentlemen, 6-second, 200-plus mile-per-hour bracket racing. Well, I say 6-second, we're going 8th mile now. Let me change gears a little bit. 660 feet, so it's 4-second at 150-plus mile-per-hour bracket racing. I'm used to being quarter mile on Top Sportsman, but Brian Winter there on the left side. 417 the dial for the Hubbard, Ohio 69 Chevrolet Camaro. That's a Bruzy transmission and converters in Morrow's Auto and Service Center. And he'll look across the racetrack and Kevin Chess and the team out of Ashtabula. The runner out of the northern Ohio area, Kevin Chess, 467 for Bonnell's Truck and RV. They will leave first right side, and Brian Winter is going to do the chasing. The top bulb lights up first there for Kevin Chess. Brian Winter follows suit. A few more inches, and these drivers are staged and ready. By 25 thou, Brian Winter's day is done here at the national event. Kevin's going to go 038 and 471 off the 467 dial, 146 the speed. And Kevin Chess being round number 2 of Top Sportsman. Your next pair, James Hayes, left side, 454 the dial. That 1963 split window Corvette will take on the Dodge Dakota, the pickup truck out of Michigan, for Pat DeBottis. Gorgon Racing Fuel, Dodge Dakota. You look up there on Darana Vision, and there is James Hayes. Chevrolet Corvette. It makes its way to the pre-stage beam. Another red light start will determine this one. Pat DeBottis is 7th thou red. James Hayes, let's go at 62 green. 449 the end result for Hayes on the left side, 156 the speed. And Pat goes 482, one above the dial, but it all was over back here on the starting line due to the 7th thou red light start. So this is going to be your next pair. Burnout's underway. It will be the Barbersville, Kentucky Chevrolet Camaro of Jeremy Vargo. Vargo, Coughlin side of the racetrack, will dial 456. He will take on Trenton, Ohio's Jimmy Fallon. Fallon, look at the dial there, ladies and gentlemen. 404, Summit side for Fallon. So Jimmy Fallon, a very accomplished Top Sportsman racer. Success over the years that team has seen, and Jeremy Vargo, no slouch himself. Plays in the big money bracket world more than he does here in Top Sportsman. But Jimmy Fallon knows there is Zero room for error against the guy over there on the right side. The Chevrolet Camaros are staged and ready. Green lights appear. Here we go. 35 to a 003. Fallon's better. And at the finish line stripe, Jeremy Bargo is going to be victorious. 4:56.7 as Fallon takes 55 thou at the finish line to be under 4:02 on the 4:04 at 179 miles an hour. Your next pair, it's going to be James Hayes right side and Mark Flagg over there on the summit side of the racetrack. Mark Flagg's 63 split window Corvette, the bow tie, the nitrous oxide equipped Chevrolet 412 leaving second. Hayes will dial 465 here in the 58 old school Chevy. Corvette matchup here in round one of Top Sportsman this afternoon. See the purge of the nitrous into the atmosphere for Mark Flagg. Those final adjustments bring down the throttle pressure right where they want it to be at before he goes into the pre-stage beam. Hayes waiting patiently. Wastes no time. Staged and ready right side. Mark Flagg, final move of the beams, left side. Here we go. Oh boy, James Hayes is late at Mark Flagg at 003 and 4:29 off the gas early with an easy round win there as Hayes goes 463 off the 65 of the breakout and takes over a 10th at the finish line stripe. So the Pontiac Grand Am. That's going to be Gerald Jones out of Milford, Michigan. 447 the dial for Jones. He'll take on Centerburg's Bill Webb. Bill and Angie, they've got their Oldsmobile Cutlass. For the Webb's racing transmission, Badman Racing engine, Mark Cook supplies the horsepower with that 582 cubic inch Chevrolet. 485 on the scoreboard left side for Bill Webb. Making one of his first national event appearances in Top Sportsman. And Gerald Jones trying to put a stop to him right here in round number one of eliminations. Oh, 6 to a 42. Webb is in control, and the winner is going to be Gerald Jones. Bill Webb, I'm not sure what he was looking at there, but it was not tight at the finish line. 484.7 on the 85. He took way too much down there, unfortunately, as Jones was 42 and way above. 463 on the 447 dial at 154. Bill, who I thought was in control from starting line to finish line, just didn't see it as he drew it up down to the 660-foot mark. Boyd Byer and Randy Chestnut coming up next. The old school Mopar, the 65 Plymouth Barracuda out of Golden, Ohio. 456 the dial, and Boyd Byer's Mustang. Pass down where he calls home for the Byer trailer sales team. So Boyd Byer was 17 green as Randy Chestnut goes 310 thou red, and Bayer knocks the tire off right at the hit. So the Mustang coasts on through at 825, but it was an automatic round win for that yellow Ford here in round one of Top Sportsman. Your next pair, it will be Jerry Albert, left-hand side. The yellow and black Chevrolet Camaro out of Avon, Ohio. He'll take on the Mustang of Ron Barnhill. Barnhill out of Fredericktown, dials 475 here in the opening round of Top Sportsman competition this afternoon. And Jerry Albert, a very tough competitor for Team Mickey Thompson and Jakes. This should be a good opening round matchup between these two. Ron Barnhill ran the Verge Quick Outlaw Series a couple seasons, the 470 index stuff, and pretty successful over there. A long-time bracket racer. Jerry Albert has called Top Sportsman home for, well, I can't tell you how many years. A very long time. He has found the winner circle numerous occasions throughout his storied career. So if they turn it green, should be a good drag race all the way to the 660-foot mark. Into the top lights together, that final purge of the Nitrous out of Jerry Albert. Barnhill has the big block blue oval Ford set and ready. They are identical on the reaction time. Anybody's drag race, and give it to Ron Barnhill by 29 thou. 475 dead one. He is 11 total. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a great drag race right there, as Jerry Albert with 428 off the 25, 3 above at 165 miles an hour. How about Ken Langlois and Chris Cadado? It is an all-Michigan affair here in round one of Top Sportsman. On the starting line, Langlois has the Oldsmobile. The Cutlass dialed 454, and look at the dial there on the summit side, folks. Chris Cadado, 385 ET prediction, and he'll have to do a short burnout. They call that truck the Brick. Runs in PDRA competition on a regular basis. I have never seen Chris Cadado in Top Sportsman trim with the machine over there on the left-hand side. But 385, that's a stout number on a small tire. Ken Langlois, big block, Cutlass. He's taking him on. Looks like a little Matchbox car sitting over there on the Coughlin side compared to Chris Cadado's truck. Watch this thing just truck down the summit side if it goes A to B. Langlois is going to be looking over his shoulder trying to find him. A mile-an-hour difference. It'll be pretty interesting here. Way red for Cadado at 82 thou, and Ken Langlois is going to go 454 dead zero. Langlois making it look easy at 154 after being on 33, and Chris Cadado just took a shot at the starting line. It cost him overall, and before, I would say 150 feet, the car was chattering the tires. Burnout's underway. This is going to be Justin Souders and Aaron Glasser, the custom painter out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Coming up next, 416 the dial, left side for Aaron Glasser, and Justin Souders, 425 the dial, Coughlin side of the racetrack. All right, so Justin, his 69 Camaro. Sitting over there on the right side, Louisville where he calls home, Shepherdsville for Aaron Glasser. We've seen that all Michigan matchup. Now we've got an all Kentucky. Oh boy, problems there for Souders right at the head, and Aaron Glasser is going to be off the gas. 417, 150 be moving on. Paul Persinger and Randy Chestnut. Paul Persinger and Randy Chestnut, we need you to the lanes for top dragster for pairing, please. Randy Chestnut, Paul Persinger, we need you to staging lanes for pairing, please, and top dragster. Next up, Mike Badia. Milford, Michigan comes Badia's Oldsmobile Cutlass. Take it on the chassis builder, Ricky Atkins. Out of Milan. It's weird. It's been seen Ohio versus Ohio, Michigan versus Michigan, Kentucky versus Kentucky. All here in round one of Top Sportsman so far. The Mopar-powered Mini Cooper there for Ricky. Really a unique setup overall. So Ricky Atkins is dialed up, I believe, about a tenth from where he was running at. He's dialed 480 here. But Mike Badia, 439. Ready to turn on the pre-stage bulb summit side. To a 15, almost identical reaction times, and give it to Ricky Atkins. 481, 16th thou above the dial. Mike Badia takes 23 thou of the finish line to be under by 8 thou. 438, one on the 439 dial. Jeff Gable and Killer Brooks coming up next. It's killer time. 475 for Killer Brooks out of Youngstown, Ohio. For Sicilian's Auto Body and Team Streamline. And Jeff Gable, the 1971 Plymouth Duster, dials 449, leaving second. The top bulb turns on for both. Killer Brooks, first one to stage. He's set and ready to go. And problems for Brooks, uncharacteristic to see that car have issues. And Jeff Gable going to be your winner. 449, dead 8 after being 24 green. And Brooks just comes to a stop right there before the 660-foot mark. Gets it fired back up and going to drive it off, apparently. How about this matchup? Two team cars have to go head-to-head. Here in the opening round of competition, Johnny LaBouse will take on Chris Wheatcraft. And I'm not sure if Johnny's car isn't hurt. Did not sound good in the burnout. The Goodlettsville, Tennessee-based Johnny LaBouse Gonna dial 479 if he can make the call to the starting line here. And Chris Wheatcraft. That's 71 Dodge Demon, 428, the ET prediction. If it's got wheels, Johnny's going to drive it. There is no doubt about it. You're talking about top sportsman, top dragster, quick rod, super rod, hot rod, super stock. If it is on the schedule, I guarantee you Johnny LaBoose is driven in one of those categories before. And unfortunately for LaBoose, that car is broke. And Chris Wheatcraft, who was 006, coasts to a 5 flat elapsed time. And Johnny goes to the other end, 11:42. Seen it had issues with the burnout box. He still decided to stage it to see what would happen. Your next pair, it's going to be Brian Richardson and Jacob Elrod. Right side, it's going to be the Woodburn, Indiana Pontiac Grand Am for Brian Richardson. 477 on dial. He'll look across the racetrack, and I, Bluffton, Ohio's Jacob Elrod. The Elrods have been so victorious over the years in IHRA competition. 419 on the top end scoreboard, summit side for Jacob Elrod. Red light start for Richardson by 2 thou. Jacob Elrod goes out and starts to knock the tire off of it in the first 100 feet of the run, so he'll coast to a 565 after being 008. And it looks like Brian Richardson's going to come to a stop just past the finish line. So we'll be on hold for a moment. Our safety team will bring out some equipment to give Brian a push off the top of the racetrack. And Bill Yates will wait back here in the water box patiently. On the Darana Vision, our safety team down there, ready to up to Brian Richardson's car and push him off. Bill Yates will be on a competition single. He's scheduled to run Mark Claypool, who did not make the call here in round number 1. A strong field of top sportsman competitors that we have seen here this afternoon. So if you are walking around out in the pit area, ladies and gentlemen, and just want to give you a heads up, this is how things are going to play out. We are about to end Top Sportsman. We'll go into Top Dragster, and then it'll be round 1, opening ceremonies for our professional categories. So that will be the time to head towards the stands. Find yourself a seat. Round number 1 in all of our pro categories, getting ready to come up following Top Dragster. We're just about a class and a half away from that. So Bill and Angie Yates, the Newark, Ohio, the local runner, the 1968 first-gen Camaro, will dial in at 4:23 on their competition single. This combination of car and driver for the past 2 seasons, I feel like, has been absolutely fire for Bill Yates. A veteran behind the wheel of Top Sportsman machines. He took a few years off, had a hiatus, came back, and has been looking very, very strong. And I can assure you, Bill Yates would love nothing more to park that Camaro in the winner's circle here in Hebron, Ohio this weekend in the hometown race. Spent a lot of years in the car industry as a business owner. See his wife Angie behind then, getting ready to turn the data recorder on. Yates' car sachets down low, and 425, the end result at 169 for Bill Yates. Final car in category coming up next. This is going to be your buy run. Lester Johnson, a 3-second player out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 1958 Corvette. 397 the dial for Lester Johnson. Lester, 53 thou red, does not matter. He's moving on regardless. 403, 183 miles an hour for Lester Johnson. On down the Coghlan side. Burnouts are already underway, and this is going to be Top Dragster Round One. So Troy Williams Jr., Chris Goebel here on the starting line. Gonna slide on out. Monty's going to slide back in. It's Top Dragster. Just when I thought we'd change it up on you. So we'll finish out Top Dragster. We'll get the pros rolling to the lanes here shortly. Round one coming up for those with opening ceremonies. You're not going to want to miss that. But Troy Williams, Jr. over there on the left side, 462. Team Bradenton, Florida. First FTI on site, and Chris Goebel out of Port Clinton, Ohio. 15 green, 429, 162 miles an hour for Goebel as T-Rock 2 thou red and goes 460 on the 462. Your next pair, Gary Williams. T-Dub. For Team Overkill Motorsports, Mitch Cleary, I'm sure he is watching live back home in Florida, might be on the boat somewhere today. And Ricky Molnar. Ricky and Tim Molnar in their Seville, Ohio American race car. 422, the dial for the gym attachments. ARC Gas, sponsored entry there on the left side. Gary Williams. What has he not done in his career? Spends a lot of time in big money bracket racing, and him and Troy have been true supporters of the IHRA's return. They have been at each and every national event. Glad to have them here. Back in the day, a lot of IHRA racing. They came back to their home. 38 to a 121. I'm not sure what happened to Ricky Molnar, but it was not how she drew it up. Gary Williams was 0.38, 4:45 off the gas at 1:44 with an easy round win. As Jeff Burns and Scotty Reinschild's going to be your next pair. Jeff Burns, left-hand side of the racetrack, Lebanon, Tennessee. 418 the dial for Team Slushy. He will take on the American race car with that Philip Oakley-powered big block Chevrolet for Scotty Reinschild. His son, Cade, his wife, Kendra. They call home in Indiana. And let me tell you, Scotty Reinschild is no stranger to Darana Raceway. A multi-time track champion sitting over there on the right side gets to take on the hard-charging Jeff Burns here in round one of Top Dragster today. Tree fires, they're out in the way, here we go. 12 to a 14, 2 thou separate them, and your winner is Scotty Reinschild, 456, 142. Burns got there first by 23 thou, but was under by 5 thou. 417.5 on the 18 at 163, and Jeff Burns is on the trailer here today. Coming up next, Dennis Mead and Rick Schneider. Rick Schneider out of Westland, Michigan, 431 the dial for the diamond-built race car. Out of Dan Davies' shop, and Dennis Mead. The car that you see Summit side, he actually won. And it was a roller. Won it in a big money bracket race. And for many, many years, Dennis Mead was a door car guy. Never thought I would see Dennis Mead drive a dragster until he won that thing. And it's like, what do? You either sell it or you put it together and go racing. That's exactly what he did. Unfortunately for Rick Schneider, when he completed the burnout, he had mechanical failure. So a competition single for Dennis Mead, 009, 440 at 157. So he's holding a few hunt in round number one here today. So whatever that liquid was out there on the starting line area, our crews decided to put a flat drag on it, work the rubber back into shape. So Jeff Smith Jr. and Paul Noakes will be waiting here patiently. What's interesting about this pair, Paul Noakes, name that you hear in Top Alcohol Funny Car, decided to go a little bracket racing here in Top Dragster. Our neighbors to the north, the Canadian, Paul, waiting for his turn at the 660-foot race course. So after round one of Top Dragster, we will go into pre-race ceremonies, and then it will be time for eliminations in our professional categories. And if you're wondering what that means, you will see Top Alcohol Funny Car, Outlaw Pro Mod, Pro Nitrous, Pro Mod, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, or Funny Cars, Top Fuel Harley. All of those categories competing in round number one here this afternoon. Championship Saturday at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series at Darana Raceway. All right, so engines come back to life. Jeff Smith Jr. Kendallville, Indiana, comes into the water box, Coghlan side of the racetrack. His Mullis Dragster dials 440 to take on the Canadian. Paul Noakes, the undercover race car to Kurt Damron shop. Dials 466, and Paul will be leaving first. All right, pre-stage bulbs are lit. Smith right side, Noakes left side. They are set and ready. Tree fires. Here we go. How about 49 to a 33? Not stellar reaction times, but there's an advantage, and Paul Noakes is going to be your winner. 467, one above at 148, as Jeff Smith Jr. goes 438 on the 440. On the breakout, under by 16 thou. Tim Kelly and Zach Sackman coming up next. Team Kelcode right side. Nesbitt Performance Engines, 445 for Tim Kelly out of Cincinnati, and Zach Sackman. Another one of those kids that will drive absolutely anything, from top fuel to top alcohol to pro mods to top dragster. 399 on the dial board left side for Sackman, who started his career in junior dragsters, worked his way up through the ranks, went to work in the top fuel field as a crew member. Been successful there and successful behind the wheel of race cars. So a good matchup here in round number one. Tim Kelly, another guy you see on the big money bracket trail a lot. And they have to face off here in E1 of top dragster today. 8 thou separate him. Here comes Sackman. Top end, give it to Tim Kelly. 445, dead 5, 155. The speed, a lot of fives in there. And Zach Sackman, 401 off the 399. John Vergatz Jr. out of Erie, Pennsylvania. He'll be on the Summit side, 450 the dial. And he will take on Dan Davies, the chassis builder of Diamond Race Cars. Davies, 402, one of the quicker cars in the class. As John Vergatz Jr. has been jumping behind the wheel of his dad's car in the Pro Nitrous rings. John Sr. is starting to relinquish the driving duties to his son. And you will see that very race car in competition today, Pro Nitrous, I believe, with John Sr. behind the wheel. So Junior's in top dragster. Dad's in Pro Nitrous. They are staged and ready. 4 to a 22. Vergatz is in control. Here comes Dan Davies at the other end of the racetrack, and it's going to be the win right side. 402 there for Davies at 170 miles an hour. All right, hey, attention out of the pit area. If you, or the grandstands, if you drive a white Chevy Sierra with plates KOW9233. I don't know why we always get a license plates. Who knows their license plate, to be honest with you? Yeah. It's like when you check into the hotel, they want you to write your license plate number down. I always make one up. I mean, you think I know that thing? Especially on a rental car, I bet. But anyways, your truck has been running for 30 minutes. Maybe you just forgot about it. Sean Parker and Kara Jo Brank. Kara Jo coming off that hot streak up there in Milan, Michigan. The undercover race car, 464 the dial right side, takes on Sean Parker, the American race car, in at 433, leaving second. Kara Jo looks over her left shoulder. Here comes Parker, the top end charge, 001 to a 008, and the win light goes to Sean Parker, 435, two above at 153, as Kara Jo Brank, 463 on the breakout at 148. Next up, Frank Brank and Jamie McBride. You just seen his wife go down. Frank comes up next, 453. And just like Kara Jo, Avonmore, Pennsylvania, where he calls home, rightfully so. and Jamie McBride in there at 4:04. An all Pennsylvania affair here in round one of Top Dragster on the starting line. By 16 thou, Jamie McBride turns it red. Frank Brink going to be your winner, 453 at 152. Ran it out the back door. 300 fast to be moving into round number 2 automatically. Chris Stein and Chris Ruzicka coming up next. You got Chris Stein on the left-hand side, the business owner for Stein Auto and Tire Center out of Silver Lake, Indiana. I thought it was Michigan, but could be wrong. Ruzicka calls home in Westerville. The local runner here to Darana Raceway, the Race Tech. They're on the right side. 446 to dial with the baby blower. Chris Stein has the Pro Charger. Get this. Chris Stein, the 394 dial. That thing goes deep into eliminations at many big money bracket racing, and he says, you know what, decided to come over here and I'm absolutely loving it. Here at the IHRA, I think you're going to see me back more, and we'll see if that success that Stein has seen in the races can just kind of carry over here this weekend. By 7 thou, Chris Ruzicka goes red, Chris Stein's 002 and dead 4. How about Stein? He is 6 total here in round 1 of Top Dragster. Flat nasty. Your next pair, Tom and Ryan Martino, the father and son duo. They are on the left side for Team Lucas Oil, their Maddox-built race car with a Par racing engine Chevrolet. Pro Charge for power, and Barry Brown. Downtown Barry Brown from Bluntville, Tennessee. 441, the dial for Brown. So Tom Martino for Mickey Thompson, NGK Spark Plug, Strange Engineering. There's a lot of marketing partners on the side of that dragster you see on the Summit side. They have a very big social media following, doing a very good job of that. Ryan has kind of taken that under his wing over the last few years. Dad, Tom Martino, spent a lot of time with IHRA back in the day, and kind of being back at home now. How about 028, and the win light shines on Martino's side of the racetrack, 381, 190, as Barry goes 4 thou red. Frank Carpinelli and Jamie Elrod. Jamie Elrod out of Lima, Ohio, 449, and Frank Carpinelli. The undercover race car that you see on the Darana Vision right there. 390 on the top end scoreboard for Carpinelli. For Team Reliable Ready Mix and Horizon Automotive. Jamie Elrod, the tougher drivers in competition. There's no doubt about it. Should be a good first round matchup between these two. A few more pairs to go and Top Dragster, then it'll be time for pre-race ceremony. So fans, if you are walking out in the pit area, you're grabbing something to eat, something to drink, you're over there at the IHRA merchandising trailer, maybe checking out the manufacturer's midway, some of our official marketing partners on site here this weekend, it is time to make your way to the grandstands. Opening ceremonies, round 1 of pro competition is about to take place here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Hebron, Ohio, Darana Raceway. So Carpinelli, pre-stage Summit side. Elrod bumps in there in the Coughlin Automotive lane. Find out who's going to be the first to stage. Maybe a little duel here in round one. Neither driver is moving. Elrod decides to bite the bullet. Tree fires. Oh, Frank Carpinelli's in trouble. Reaction time starts with a 1, and Jamie Elrod is there for the taking. 450, one above at 149 to be moving on for Jamie Elrod. Randy Chestnut and Wayne Landry coming up next. Right side, Landry, 387. DT prediction for the team out of Louisiana down there in the Bayou. And Randy Chestnut, another one of those undercover race cars. A very popular chassis, especially back in the day. It's like if you have a undercover car, you hold on to the thing. They don't make them anymore. They're worth a mint, it seems like. You get online and see one for sale and sold immediately. Not sure what happened to Chestnut. Goes 128 red, and for Wayne Landry, it's Team Louisiana going into round number 2. 388, one above at 187. And on the competition single, it's going to be Pat Forrester, as Paul Persinger could not make the call here in round 1 of Top Dragster. Forrester's American race car. Sunoco there. Backs up after the burnout. Final car in category. That means when you see the tractors pull out there onto the racing surface, track prep will be underway in just a moment in preparation for the pros. Professional Eliminations getting ready to take on this race course this afternoon. In a morning that started a little questionable. The weather was not so favorable our way. Cool weather conditions, no sun, and we had to wait for things to kind of come around, and that they did. Forrester is 50 at the let-go, 394, 185 the end result there for Pat Forrester, as he will exit the top of the racetrack. The John Deeres will take the racing surface. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, make sure you grab something to eat, something to drink, some IHRA apparel, because it is time to head to the grandstands. Pros round number 1 coming up here shortly.